What the frick is up, my edgelords and edgelets? How's it going? Bro, you would never believe my fucking surprise today. When I open up little old Instagram, I go, I don't really have that much to say today. I just want to repost those 4 videos that these fucking assholes took down, right? I open up my Instagram and someone goes, "Hey Corey, I just wanted to let you know that Izzy Griffin, I shared one of your videos with him and he called me a fucking retard." And I don't like saying that word, but I think it's important to use Izzy's words the exact way that he used them. He said, "Don't send me that trash. That creator is a fucking idiot." And then went in on my homie commenter, Bing, who shared the video, and he said that he has a lukewarm temperature IQ and that he is an R word multiple times. Izzy, who we've watched multiple times. We watch Izzy and we go, we love Izzy, right? Remember that? Remember when we were like, oh, we love Izzy. We love Izzy's occult knowledge. We love Izzy's philosophical mind. We love Izzy. We watch Izzy. We share Izzy. We speak kindly on Izzy. And Izzy goes and says that we're a fucking idiot? Excuse me? We are a fucking idiot. True. That is true. Honestly, actually, I probably shouldn't have made all these videos because we are a fucking idiot. That is for sure. I shouldn't be mad at it. I'm not mad at Izzy. I love Izzy. Dude, that's the whole thing. Once everything's been taken away from you, nothing can affect you, right? You're just like, whatever. Fuck them. Who cares? I don't have friends anymore. I'm not looking for friends. You know what I mean? Me and Izzy, we could have gone to the moon just like me and my old podcasters, you know? But all these people choose vinegar. You would have been able to handle me too if you would have just used a little sugar, baby. Come on. Lay some sugar on me, Izzy. Be nice. Say 3 nice things about me, Izzy. Here, I'll say 3 nice things about you. I like your hair. I liked it way more before you called me a fucking idiot, but I like your hair. I think your eyes are pretty and you don't need to hide them behind sunglasses all the time. Also, yeah, you have a pretty cool philosophy knowledge base that you draw from. But I think that you are gatekeeping. I think you're gatekeeping, brother. So anyway, we are starting another war with another content creator. Boys, it's on like Donkey Kong. We've got a new fittest fed earther. It'll only be a matter of time before Izzy blocks us, just like fittest fed earther and Taylor Lorenz. But we are a fucking idiot. I accept that. Free Izzy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I went off on Izzy earlier. We'll watch the videos in a little bit. I gotta go feed Squeaks. Alright, here we go. Let's listen to a couple new Black Deathicus tracks to start our morning. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Considering his subject matter takes a very open mind, I am less than impressed with his behavior. That's what I'm saying. Same with Fittest Federal Earther. These guys are all mean to me. And I do nothing but shower them with love and care. I want their uncle to have a good life, Paul. I want all their family, Taylor Lorenz, all these people, Mr. Beast, all their family members. I want them all to be happy. We can all do that together without them hiding all of the alchemical texts and all the occult knowledge that they use against us. You know? We can all live together in harmony and fly around on our little blimps if you guys just drop the eugenicist shit and give us back all the secrets. You know? Yeah, being authentic makes you a mirror. People either love you or hate you. And it sucks because most of these content creators won't hang out with me. Dude, then Skitter tries to send me what's her name? Straight Out of Salem video. You know, Salem? We used to be buddies. We used to fucking message each other all the time. Like a year and a half, 2 years. I mean, I guess it's almost 2 years now because October 7th is less than a month away. That's crazy, dude. But I was like, oh my God, they took Straight Out of Salem's account. And Skitter's like, what are you talking about? She showed me a screenshot. She fucking blocked me. Why? What did I do? We were buddies. Maybe she's a fed too. Is everyone a fed except for fucking us? It's just us. Literally, there's 8 billion feds on this earth and 35 normal non-feds. That's it. They're fucking idiots who think they sound smart talking about this stuff, so when they want to insult someone, they project their secret insecurities onto people around them. Agreed. Yeah, we're just some silly little goofy goobers having a little fun. Maybe we are fucking idiots, and that's okay. But I would never say that Izzy is a fucking idiot to some random person. This is why I talk shit about people publicly, and and I say shit that I would say in front of their face. I don't, for the most part, that's usually my rule. I only say stuff that I would say to their face. That goes for like DMs too, for the most part. Unless I'm into some real secret hot goss, but if you operate like that, then you can't get caught like these bitches, you know? And, sorry, but it makes you a better person. So, whatever, Izzy. We are a fucking idiot. I take that with pride. Alright, here we go. Gotta go feed Squeaks. Let's go, boys.
Ain't just stomping your face and walking away with it. To extract truth, perform an operation with a paperclip. Death from above, falling in. Well, if you wait for reason, billionaires a message in blood. Swear you'll pay for this. Freemasons ain't shit. Licking boots from Pegasus. They'll say you shot up alone and died. The truth gets Vegas tripped. Scared to stand up to cloud seeding arrangements. Ain't hidden. Now they got you all asleep to the sound of rain hitting. Claim it's the same universe. In some places the paint's missing. Nothing the same.
Sorry, Black Deathicus. Exactly, Liz. That's the whole thing. I don't fucking lie. Because I will lose track of the lies. It's not because I'm a good person. It's because I'm dumb. Truly, though. If you don't lie, then you can't get caught in a lie, which is the worst, right? Agreed, though.
Different, you're an actual bitch. If you struggle removing plastic lids, blast you with the acid pistol. You'll trip as soon as the acid hits. They'll thank for a rifle who has Steph Curry range. Till we're at the pearly gates, like you sure you never heard the name? Then we find out there's no list, like Epstein's clients. Left to dwell in the depths of hell with Nephilim giants. Just ignore the demons. Keep rolling through the night to find my place in this world. My place in this world. All around me's darkness. To help me find my place in this world, my place in this world. Ones who did the Holocaust came late for the polygraph, playing games in a play chase, saving face in a hockey mask, replace farms with Walmart. Monsanto plagues your garden, soon to make being homeless illegal. Beg your pardon, death before dishonor to kill you. We didn't ever have rights, big pharma made of zombies, giving pills a better half-life. LGBTQ and none, the new vaccine. But dig up Elizabeth's grave, just a drag queen. Earth's a hell of a mother. Life makes me want to call up my mom and tell her I love her, but then she could tell that I suffer or tell I'm in trouble. My grip on reality's an elephant shrunk around the throat of a leopard that's ready to suffer. My memories a shell case and kill you and hinge a gun back, blood leaking like rough drafts. Hell raising the heavyweight belt felt amazing. Better not be a body at the bottom of well, I'm a deep dive. See why churches have no bell like the peace prize. Just ignore the demons. Keep roaming through the night to find my place in this world. my place in this world. All around me is darkness. I need your light to help me find my place in this world. My place in this world. Someone's getting rich off your feelings of hopeless. I give to the homeless until I live with the homeless. If I did just disappear, nobody would really notice. Just give them all pills and soda to kill their focus. Eavesdropping on the men in black whenever they pray. Playing false flag football and tackling anyway. They got our backs to the penny lane. Feds got your house bugged. Play the sound of cockroaches and expect it better out.
Black Deathicus. This beat goes fucking hard as fuck too. What is that sampled from? That wah 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 wah. I love that.
Outcomes. Feds will blackmail you with sex stuff. Even have your bed bugged. Even have your head drugged. Fiending to have your red
and the rap goes hard as fuck, obviously.
Keep us malnourished until we're all really fed up. It wasn't dead enough. Should have buried me 100 feet deeper now. One of the reapers here to summon the ether. Here to punish the Catholics. Invading and renaming the area. Gang of archangels back. Reclaiming Tartaria.
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy. A war that would be so terrible where nuclear weapons will be used so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Will you allow governments to use your technology to kill people?
I just take super annoying noises and try to make them tolerable, and it's so catchy. Fuck yeah, dude. It's working.
Will you? I mean, are we gonna like build killer attack drones? No. Will the technology be part of the decision-making process that results in? So that's the thing I was gonna say is I don't know the way that people in the military.
Hope for the best. Slow burn the dead. There's smoke in the nest. No turn on red. It's fear of a power rowdy. Beer in the shower caddy. Fear of going down the alley. Pretend happy, but how happy? Pep rally in the middle of Death Valley. Sadly, it's gonna end badly. That's why I'm never attached. The real tragedy. I probably look way better in masks. I gave the streets so much of my blood that I'm family. Standing ovation, only cause nobody can stand me. Many personalities, this one surfside is a manatee. Holding the umbrella for anyone that we can't appease. They wanna erase the heritage and change the narrative. Get replaced by heretics to save embarrassment. Zoning out, I'm feeling no real belonging. I don't even see the green lights until people start honking. They stop cremating the bodies, they just save it for later. The flesh of a dead dad's in the son of a baconator. I'ma get inside your head, cracking safes like cracking skulls. Lord in the devil's trap, what it takes to get my back to the wall, better fall back. It's a call to action, that's like showing windows of opportunity to Connor Clapton. Try to trade tears in heaven for some beers in hell. No fear, I just swing until I hear the bell. It's that cold sip of that red wine. If there's any time left, nightcap before bedtime. Another dead rapper, the headline. It's alright, I was already dead inside. It's that cold sip of that red wine. If there's any time left, nightcap before bedtime. Another dead rapper, the headline. It's alright, I was already dead inside. The genocide of genius fed a lie hidden in the right mind of Jesus. Led astray by the letter J, left little letter I. Pieces better find the reason. Y'all dead inside like demons. Put my best foot forward like I'm a southpaw. Fuck fame, like all these other stupid bitches. Swear my life is way better without y'all. How super, I'm invisible and didn't even use my wishes. Say goodbye to the music business for some Judas kisses. Didn't refuse to quit, just got too addicted. But it's an issue if you think when I shoot it misses. Smoke a barrel till I red, white, and blue it kisses. Not super, I'm superstitious. I'll eat off the floor, too ambitious to sit around doing dishes. I'll show why it's a mistake to light a fire in my ass. Bitch stakes like darts when vampires up the bat. They really thought no support would have jaded this artist hating their heart. Really got them all hating their hardest. Cue the funeral music like this is my favorite part. That's called taking it too far for the sake of art. It's that cold sip of that red wine. There's any time left, nightcap before bedtime. Another dead rapper, the headline. It's alright, I was already dead inside. It's a cold sip of that red wine. There's any time left, nightcap before bedtime. Another dead rapper, the headline. It's alright, I was already dead inside. Genocide of genius, Jesus led astray by the letter J, left little letter I. Pieces better find the reasons that y'all dead inside like demons. Before I kill myself, carve something cool in my chest. With the sharpest tool in the shed, no longer fooled by the flesh. I had the unlucky task to stand up the ladder. They were too scared to even back up the data, now hiring. Put you in the store for the right price. Approach these corpses to see what their life like. They don't make them like they used to. Humble listening to building collapse. Fake wars turn Solomons to pillars to ash. Mistaken thinking energy wasted. Gonna make them lose the fire. If you see my spaceship, please be patient. Student driver, forced to believe detention's cool. On principle, suspend this fool. But to break me free, you'll make believe angels show 40 deep like a retention pool. I still smile every time they mention you, but still dead to you. And I guess it's true, cause loneliness is the only reminder of what I really meant to you.
Let's go, fucking Black Deathicus. Why so Paul? Why so frickin' Paul? Sorry, one sec. We're gonna take a. We'll listen to Why So Paul later.
Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Hi, Paul.
Mama, this is healing
Paul's trauma, bitch.
Gene spirit finna take him to Nirvana. Image merch stacking commas, hippie up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem. Till
You lost, Paul.
you can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin.
Take your loss,
Paul
Paul.
Bell showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Super boof.
My breath in the mushies. Baby, if I'm lucky, then a couple try to fuck me. I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome. Maybe Mendez will wanna hold me for ransom. I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog, something light, loving life, chilling with my headphones on. I asked CatDad how much a ticket cost. Didn't answer, doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss. My mama, this is healing
Paul's trauma.
You got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Image merch stacking commas, hippie up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem. Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul, and protect your chin. Till you lost Paul Bell showing all your little skin. Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
Oh.
This a day, Paul. This a L.
Yesterday, Paul, go to hell.
If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and now they're on himself. Chilling on the couch, feeling like JD Pants.
If you really wanna dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Let's have a damn standoff. It's not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off.
This is healing Paul's trauma. Got a jeans
Bars.
Take him to Nirvana. Image merch stacking commas, hippie up because in drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
No, you don't, Mark.
Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul,
Goofy idiot.
till you lost Paul Bell showing all your little skin. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Nope.
Till you lost Paul, you can't go back from this. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Big ol' loser.
Till you lost Paul, you can't go back from this.
Dork.
Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Whale penis. That's Paul. What up, dudes? How's everybody doing? How is this Thursday evening for you? Izzy is probably just another one of those many Nepo babies being YouTubers to be able to show they are productive to continue to get allowances from their parents. I agree. You're talking about people, what, like Caleb Hammer, like Miranda Sings, probably Dante and Nicole. How's everybody doing? Yeah, dude, I'm confused by this Izzy stuff. Ask around, ask the Knitwitches. Have we been supportive of Izzy? We've been very supportive of Izzy. And we get cuck behavior thrown at us. I'll say it. I think it's cuck behavior. Look at this shit. I'm minding my own fucking business today, right? Minding my own goddamn business. And look at what I've got to deal with. I got to deal with shit like this all day. We're just trying to understand why all these cathedrals are so cool looking. And we're catching strays left and right.
I sent one of your vids. Dude, I sent one of your vids to @IzzyGriffin, and he cursed me out, calling me a R-word for listening to you, and blocked me. He is like a pretty popular conspiracy guy on here, so I'm thinking he is one of their gatekeepers. You know what? That's funny, dude. I be watching Izzy on stream all the time, showing the Knitwitches and going through all of his shit because I...
Oh yeah, we're not gonna watch any Izzy today. I just want to show you what he said. Izzy's insanely dismissive and condescending. That's not just a reflection of how he feels about CatDad, but about who he is as a person. I agree. I'm very uninterested in this vid you have up, TBH, because fuck Izzy. You mean the Izzy vid? We're not gonna watch Izzy. I just wanted to show his face. I just wanted his face in the background. Dude, what's next? Minutes? Can you imagine minutes of horror being caught on a hot mic being like, CatDad's fucking lame? That would make me off myself. Paul, if you can get Florida Dad to disown me, that will fucking get me to kill myself. But that's what I'm saying. My whole question here is why? Like, again, I'm not trying to be the center of attention, but he's a big creator. I'm small peanuts. I have 5,000 followers on YouTube. I fucking finally cracked 50K on IG, but I have 5,000 on TikTok. Who the fuck cares about little old CatDad, right? This guy with like 120,000 people on Instagram alone, he's thrown out, fuck CatDad. He's trash. He's a fucking idiot. What the frick? That's sad. That I agree with Mr. Bunny. That is a reflection of how he feels about himself. Rude. How rude, as Michelle Tanner would say.
Agree with him a lot, but now you got me thinking, right? He is like a fittest...
Is that all he said? I don't think he made a video about me. I doubt that he will, though. You're our faithful cult leader. Guys, stop.
Fed earther type, right? He's got a big platform. Doesn't seem like he has too many problems with censorship or suppression. That is funny though. If you sent me an Izzy video, I would say, oh, right on, man. I like him a lot. I support him. He's cool. So it's very interesting that he says that you're an R-word. It's so funny who chooses to interact with me, and that is no one. Literally no one. I wonder, dude, you know what I'm thinking? I think they all know who I am. Well, that's okay. We'll just file him away in our Habsburg wall, and we'll see if anything sticks later.
Someone said, at this point, the wall is just anyone with a chin.
You know? So anyway, I got him down here next to my old Fed friend. They kind of look alike, right? They kind of sound alike. They kind of act alike. So you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, again, I'm down here because yes, I know I look just like them, but until I start doing false flags or lying to everyone on the internet or doing, misinformation campaigns or whatever the fuck, until I start doing that, I have nothing to do with these people, so don't even be looking at my chin. But that's okay, Izzy. If you're gatekeeping, we're going to find out and we're going to let everyone know. And honestly, it would make a lot of sense, right? Yeah, so that's so funny, dude. They always be tattling on themselves, don't they? Dude, bro, we might be the...
I just keep an eye on these truthers, LOL. You are the only real one out here.
Only real ones out here. No, I think Dewey's real. I think 9/11 Real Earth is real. I think that they're trying their best, but everyone else is a fucking scallywag, right? Dude, this is so we're talking about Izzy Griffin, who I loved, and he was talking about me to some other person for no reason. I've never interacted with him. He called someone the R-word for watching my videos. But anyway, yeah, it's so curious, right? Why is Izzy, who has a huge following, talking about me? Why is Fittest Fed Earther blocking me? Why does Taylor Lorenz have me blocked? Like... These people are so funny, dude. They're so transparent. It's hilarious. So anyway, you feds are done. I wasn't even looking at you. Actually, that's not true. I was kind of thinking about it the other day, actually. I was like, Izzy doesn't really have a lot of problems in his life. What's going on there? So, yeah, dude, it's funny. We might be the only truth here. I mean, we're not right about everything, but at least we're trying to find the truth. And the truth is that they've got us working 24/7 so that our landlords never have to get jobs, so that we never figure out that everything is about them hiding our spiritual power from us. That's what everything leads to at the end of the day. They don't want us to come together and realize that when we come together, we can literally change the nature of reality. So they have all these Fittest Fed Earther, Izzy apparently, Taylor Lorenz, I mean Ian Carroll, the list is endless. Paul Wysopal's son, Eddie Liger. These feds think they're slick, putting all these misshapen family members in front of us, all these drug-addled looking they look like heroin babies, you know what I mean? They all have like this weird plasticky sheen. They look old, but also super young at the same time, like beat and wore down, but also like babies. I call they're like heroin babies. I think it might be a cloner thing, I don't know. I'm not saying they are doing heroin, I'm just saying they look like babies who do heroin, you know? But that is how your skin would look when you're doing nothing but, you know, selling lies all day and hiding the truth and being a gatekeeper. So makes a lot of sense, right? Bro, we might be the only real ones out.
All right, and then I didn't even see the actual fucking DMs until, like, for that first video I made about this. I didn't even see the fucking DMs. The commenter then sent them to me in a DM, and I got to look at the fucking screenshot, and I was like, it was worse than I even expected. But dude, so then I open Instagram and he's the first fucking video, and he makes this video that's like about Baphomet. Here, actually, let's just watch that real quick, because then I saw this video and I was like, oh, he is a gatekeeper fed. Yeah, totally.
Seriously? The people who take Baphomet seriously are the same kinds of people who are like, I'm a total metalhead, man. Metallica's my favorite band. I'm a big rap guy. Jelly Roll. If you're ever watching a conspiracy video, truther video, esoteric video, occult video, and the people in the video are talking about Baphomet and they're taking Baphomet really seriously, just know that video is those people don't know what they're talking about. Baphomet is more of like a symbol. There's a ton of stuff about it. I don't want to get into it. I get into it in my long form videos. Just be weary of those kinds of people.
Even as a symbol, like, what do you mean? Don't listen to people who talk about Baphomet as a symbol? As an occult, like, mystical philosopher type, why? What are you trying to hide? So anyway, I commented then. This is after I found out he said that I'm trash and a fucking idiot. And I just commented, I, we see you. And so he thought that the beef was because I fuck with, I'm like a Baphomet ride or die. But that is actually not the case. So here, here's the video.
I commented under his Baphomet story and did one more comment a minute later, and I couldn't post anymore. Yeah, don't worry, he's in my DMs trying to...
Wait, did
I commented under his Baphomet story and did one more comment a minute later, and I couldn't post anymore. Yeah, don't worry, he's in my DMs trying to save face. He goes, hey, I didn't know you followed me.
Dude, so I commented, and he literally jumped in the fucking DMs. Jumped in. He's like, oh, ha, ha, ha. I didn't know that you were a Baphomet guy. Oh, I didn't realize you followed me. I would have blocked you otherwise. If I realized that your name here was Knitted Anus and not CatDad, I would have fucking blocked you.
I followed one of your dozen TikToks before they all got yeeted. By the way, this wasn't a shot at you, dude. I didn't know you were a Baphomet guy. Because after one of my commenters said that he called me I said, we see you.
And to correction, I said a couple times that he called me fucking R-worded, but he just called me a fucking idiot and my content is trash. But he called Bing a fucking R-word. Okay. Just to be clear.
Because he's in here going, anyone who talks about Baphomet is an idiot and you shouldn't listen to them. Anyone who talks about, like, these idiots being, you know, obsessed with Baphomet and the occult, he's like, don't listen to people who talk about that, right? Isn't that what these kind of guys would say? So he thinks our beef is about Baphomet. And he goes, I didn't realize that you were a Baphomet guy. And I said, well, I've always supported you and appreciated you, buddy. I know that Baphomet vid wasn't a shot at me. I'm not a Baphomet guy, but I bet you are. He goes, oh, okay, cool. Someone else tagged you in it. So I was like, oh, great. Not trying to start. I've already got my share of death threats today. Well, first off, we would never bring any death threats to you because that's not our style.
Right,
and
guys?
I don't condone anyone doing that kind of shit. And he said, if I was a Baphomet guy, I'd say I was GOAT. Sure, don't all Baphomet guys say that they're Baphomet guys? But no, Izzy, we're not talking about Baphomet. We're talking about this. When you literally called me for no reason. One of my chatters sent you this video and you said, that guy's a fucking idiot. Don't send me trash. And I think this was like yesterday. He said, ha ha ha, you're one of them. I source everything. You're just too to actually differentiate. That's probably the source of most of your problems. Bad discernment and low IQ. Room temp IQ. AKA and you know, I don't like saying the R word, but I just wanted everyone to hear it in Izzy's voice. Disappointing, buddy. But yeah, no, it's not about Baphomet. We're talking about you just being an for no reason, bro. Anyway, that's fine. True colors are flying. We see you, buddy. Just like Fittest Fed Earther, just like Taylor Lorenz, just like my old friends. Like, we see you, buddy. I will say these are the exact tactics that Fittest Fed Earther used against Dewey True Earth, True Earth and Dewey and everyone. This is what the feds do. They always just bully people and make you feel stupid, but we don't try and do that here, you know. Just to stupid people who are you know, we try and make them feel stupid, but
yeah,
everyone else,
we bully the bullies. That's honestly our role in all of this.
you can say whatever you want, and you can send me whatever.
Yeah, I source everything equals I don't believe it unless someone said it before. Yeah. Also, I look at government documents. I believe .gov websites.
Video you want, and I won't tell you it's trash. You're the GOAT, Izzy. I commented on.
Hilarious, right? Man, we be catching strays, bro. But so anyway, that clears up a lot. That's fine. Izzy, you're looking pretty federal, brother. Yeah, you know the juice that accumulates at the bottom of the bag? You talking about the dregs? Yeah. Yeah, we know the sources are cucked and that makes who the idiot? Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, how are you going to be like a truther of any sort and be like a truth hater? Whatever, dude. I want to know what the fuck I did to be referred to as a fucking idiot. Actually, honestly, I am kind of a fucking idiot. I do play it up, so that's understandable. But he shouldn't have called my frickin' buddy an R word 3 times. That's not very nice. Anyway, we love you, Izzy. Thanks for the laughs. Who shared this in the thing? Sam?
But around the time that she was claiming to be a cat wins Miss Arizona, competes in Miss USA, a pageant owned by ... Trump. Okay, want to know something really weird? So she had said in a podcast that she had never competed in pageants and had never done any modeling before, until one day she receives an invitation in the mail to become a model and start doing pageants. And the pageants that she started doing were Miss USA pageants owned by Trump. So she modeled for Trump. She was one of Trump's pageant girls. But did you know that she was also a casting director at the same time that she was doing all of this stuff for Trump? Now, she doesn't specify on her website if she worked as a casting director.
Dude, you know what I suspect a casting director is that works for Trump? What if it's like a wrangler or like a trafficker? Do you know what I mean? I'm always positive and upbeat, putting out good vibes. I try. I fail at that often, but I'm trying for sure. Definitely better than I used to be. But yeah, I mean, dude, honestly, I think that's the answer. Like, once you become black-pilled enough, you realize that the only way out of this is love, even for the haters, right? Fuck them. Fuck the haters. They use their, yeah, I mean, like the way that Izzy talks, that's meant to get Bing to be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll stop dreaming big about us all coming together. I don't even know what that video was about that Bing sent Izzy, but like, you know what I mean? They use this cry bully shit to bully everyone into submission, make them second guess themselves and stuff. But literally at this point, people can say whatever the fuck they want. I'm not listening to what people want me to do. I'm listening to what is fucking right. You know what I mean? We're not always right. Sometimes we we stumble our way to the right answer, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I think, and the more positive you are, the easier it is too. But like, I feel like that at the end of the day, it's like they want us to be miserable and fucking tortured, and we've learned to love our torture and laugh in our torturers' faces. Something they could never do, you know.
Trump, but around the
yes, thank you, Lou.
time that she was claiming to be a casting director, she also owned a ministry.
Did I say Lou? Lori.
That was working with the U.S. military in Romania. The area in Romania where she was operating this ministry had a...
But dude, for real though, like, is he DMing people like that? Honestly, is like a reflection of what he thinks about himself, because there's no DMs that you'll find from me like that. I don't talk to people like that. You know what I mean? And if I am, it's talking to Taylor Lorenz, and it's publicly in her comment section and not in DMs. But that's, remember what's her face? Dude, I keep coming across her, the last poet. Remember when she told me to fucking kill, she hopes I fucking die? She hopes I kill myself, and then she said, I hope that you fucking overdose on all the drugs you're doing, which was hilarious. Like, you wouldn't catch me dead saying this shit. You think I'm gonna let someone fucking post my fucking DMs behind their head and show everyone some heinous shit I said? Y'all are stupid. You're crazy. What's wrong with you people, you know? Anyway.
bunch of locals accusing these evangelical ministries of kidnapping children and trafficking them out of the country. These children were being found in the UK, in Israel, and were also being sent to undisclosed private islands. Locals demanded authorities look into it, but they never did. Now, Charlie Kirk really wanted the Epstein files released, but did his wife? Prior to marrying Charlie Kirk, she was a multi-millionaire on her own. And since his passing, she's also amassed all of his wealth, plus an additional at least $5 million in donations.
Oh yeah, Bonita and Saltiest, exactly. Procurer would probably be a good name for casting director. Bonita said she lures in other victims, right? Yeah, dude.
Currently considered the most powerful woman in the United States, with mega fans begging her to run as vice president in 2028. Let's talk about their first date, because it was actually a job interview. Back in 2018, 2 years after Donald Trump had started working with Charlie Kirk had hosted a Turning Point USA opening event for one of the offices that they had opened. And Erica and Charlie Kirk were introduced to each other. Charlie Kirk instantly thought that she was beautiful, but thought that she was really smart. And allegedly, one of their mutuals had suggested that Charlie Kirk hire Erica. I'm assuming it was Donald Trump or someone on his team, because Donald Trump had signed on to work with Charlie Kirk, and Erica was already one of Donald.
Ooh, for sure. If someone calls someone a name, it's usually the name that they think would hurt their own feelings the most. And that is why we use cuck so much, right? What's our biggest fear? That we will one day be a cuck. Mr. Bunny's correct. Think about all the people who, like, call people the FAG, right? I think there's a lot of secretly DL guys who fucking hate themselves, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think someone is very worried about being seen as a artard. Izzy, you are not frickin' artarded, okay? You're a smart boy. You're smarter than you look. But you're also an idiot because you work for the feds and you're a gatekeeping, gaslighting asshole. And you're just an asshole. See, I am an asshole when someone is an asshole to me. But I would never have started this with Izzy. Just like I would never have started this with Fittest Federal Earther. He chose to block me. These people, honestly, I think are jealous. I'm going to say it. Fittest Fed Earther stole my whole face thing. He took that so he could detract from my Nazi theories. I think Izzy, too, he's just trying to aura farm me. Or what's it called? What's it called when you, I just said it the other day. Destiny swap. They want to be cool, relaxed guys like CatDad. But really, they're all uptight, and they're all worried about being called artarded. We are artarded, and we embody that, and we're okay with that. So, say what you will, punks.
Donald Trump's employee.
But I agree, dude. You're right. People... And that's why every accusation is a confession. It's because they're worried about what you're going to catch about them. Right? Ooh. Now who are the psychologists? Fuck Dr. Freud. We figured it out. We're smart. Unlike Izzy, right? No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to play into Izzy's anxiety. Izzy, you are smart. No matter what your dad... Just because your dad called you an artard your whole life doesn't mean you need to perpetuate it, you know? You can be nice to people. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Truly, dude, if Izzy would have reached out to me, he probably could have tricked me on some stuff, you know what I mean? I would have been like, oh, cool. Another content creator friend that can ruin my life.
So it would make the most sense for Donald Trump and his team to encourage Charlie Kirk to hire Donald Trump's employees. Anyways, Charlie Kirk DM'd Erica, invited her for a job interview. The job interview...
No, I don't actually believe that mean stuff. I'm just saying it about myself because they can't hurt me. We already spent our whole life thinking that we're fucking dumb. But we grew out of it. Izzy, one of these days, go to yoga, buddy. You'll figure it out. Learn how to breathe. That's what you're missing. That's what all you little feds are missing. You got to learn how to breathe. Y'all are too uptight. You're all up here breathing in your little fucking throats. Breathe with your stomach. Breathe with your fucking feet, boys. Breathe deep through your nose. You mouth-breathing fucking mongoloids. Cloners.
You ended up turning into a date, and Erica allegedly had said, "You're not going to be my boss. You're going to." 2012 wins Miss Arizona, competes in Miss
Oh, why did it get cut off? I wanted to hear the rest. That was good, though. I'm assuming because this isn't his video. He just... Yeah. Dude, this, I do not condone. I'm only showing this to show the freak left. But... This song is so insane. Y'all have to hear it. And it's not funny, okay? Not funny. I don't condone any sort of art like this. But I do need you guys to see how crazy this is. And don't laugh.
Horny ever since Charlie Kirk died. 'Cause they said, think about the family, and I thought about his wife. I've been horny ever since Charlie Kirk died. 'Cause they said, think about the family, and I thought about his wife. I've been horny.
Not so long ago.
Last time, I'm sorry.
I've been horny ever since Charlie Kirk died. 'Cause they said, think about the family, and I thought about his wife.
George Washington has changed. Dude, okay. Anyway, no comment about that. I commented on the video and I said the production is solid. I like the free jazz style vocals. Don't approve of the lyrics at all, but I just musically kind of loved it. It felt like it was progressing us. It was pushing the boundary of music, you know, in a good way. But anyway, Jonathan is currently in fucking Sweden, right? Helsinki? No, that's Finland. And boys, you wouldn't believe it. All these fucking Tartarian buildings that are in America, it looks like they're in fucking Finland too. What if they're worldwide? What if this is a global fucking network? That'd be
them
crazy,
as much as
right?
these Finns did in 1912.
And
I don't know how much you love the Lord, but I promise you don't love him as much as these Finns did in 1912. Because we're told that's when this building was built, between 1908 and 1912, and there's not a single goddamn construction photo. Instead, all we have is this bombed out rubble surrounding the building with a totally perfect fucking building already here. And just notice the intricate stonework here. This is beyond intense. These stones are massive and perfect, and inside this church, they painted everything. This is some of the stonework that has been painted. The rest has been stuccoed and like stenciled on. It's kind of pathetic. But I totally understand the urge because, again, we're dealing with a cover-up here, trying to mask the old and the new. I'd love to hear anyone's good reason for covering this beautiful building in stucco and painting it. They're very proud of this wooden relief here. There's a whole little thing about it, but like this entire place has been covered in stucco and painted. Absolutely fucking criminal. I want to see what this place used to look like. It opened in 1912, and I think that's right when they were done doing the cover-up. And this place runs under...
dude, I wonder if you could unstucco all that shit, right?
Ground. As you can see, it goes deeper over there, and then we have a parking lot over here. And again, the fucking massive scale of this thing is unbelievable. It's a stone skyscraper. For the Lord, you gotta pay 15 euros to go into the top. I'm gonna do it. I just didn't have my wallet on me. But I think there was another massive
15 euros? That's like $30.
Structure right here that has been torn down and replaced with this firehouse right here, because we see the old stone wall that has been cut artificially right here, and this wall continues all the way around this city block. And what do you know? Secret tunnels. The firemen now have a bat cave. But again, what's the point of this stone wall right here? Like, this isn't a chain link fence. It would be so fucking hard to make this rock structure. Look at the goddamn size of these stones. Can you imagine carving them? Putting them in place? For what reason? A retaining wall? Seems excessive. Little baby Machu Picchu-esque stones here. I'm just so delighted that the bullshit's not just in my country. This is a worldwide phenomenon of founders, not builders. A preposterous amount of infrastructure is just here, and so it might as
Dude, I love hearing Jonathan's voice all fiery again and sparked up. This shit is fucking everywhere, dude. It's so annoying.
well be a church, or a university, or a library, or go...
YouTube is such a cuck. I wrote us Knitwitches take the high road unless you start it. Then we go hood on your ass, and they deleted it. What the fuck? Well, it's because that's a fire ass comment. How many, as like a percentage, do you think are authentically abandoning the right versus left narrative? I see a lot of people echoing the whole two wings of the same bird ethos. Is that a good thing? Is that what would unite people? Well, how many as a percentage do you think authentically abandoning the right? I mean, we all need to, but I don't know who. I really only see like commenters and shit for the most part talking about, like, I feel like I'm very aligned with most commenters, and I don't really see too many content creators talking about that shit. But I also kind of spend my life in the, like, Tim Pool, Charlie Kirk, fucking Nick Fuentes world, you know? Monitoring them. So, I don't know, but I mean, if you're asking, like, how many of the influencers I think are feds, like, most of them. So I doubt that they're going to abandon the left versus right thing. I mean, does Ian Carroll... I guess... I saw Candace Owens was going off about billionaires. They're really pushing their, like, alt-right... Their, like, right splinter group hard as fuck right now. Because Candace Owens be making a lot of sense, but at the end of the day, she will lead everyone astray, obviously. But yeah, a lot of people want to abandon the Republican Democrats, and that's why I think Musk is coming in with the America Party this upcoming... Yeah, and dude, that's exactly what's going to happen. I agree. I think that they're going to make a third thing that is... Because, dude, they know that everyone's losing the plot, so that's why they're setting up Ian Carroll and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes to all be these fucking truth people that people are listening to. I can't believe people are listening to fucking Candace Owens right now, you know, but it is because it's like they flip a switch, right? They know exactly what they're doing. They know the words that they aren't allowed to talk about. They know the topics that they need to skirt around. But right now they have their pumps are turned on. They can be fake like progressive, fake like Antifa, you know, fake fucking normal, but in a year, in 6 months, that shit is gonna get turned the fuck off, you know what I mean? I saw a TikTok saying Candace was a dude playing a role. At this point, transvestigate everyone. Who fucking cares, right? I'm just kidding. I did see I don't know if they're trans, but they're like a I think they're at university or whatever they're studying to be a doctor or whatever, and they are Uno reverse transvestigating Ben Shapiro and like, who else did I see? I think Candace Owens. They're fake, you know, transvestigating them. It's so funny. But yeah, we're all post-IRA. Everything now is... we're just going back. Everything's gay, retarded, and transvestigate everything. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, the whole transvestigate to me is just it's just wild. So many are, and the general public has no idea. That's the only weird feeling part. Like, who cares? Just another lie. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, the last lie that I care about is what if they have a dick or not, you know? But At this point, it is funny to do it to them just because they do it to everyone else, right? We have to make transvestigation so, like, post-ironic that it has no meaning, you know? In this house, we say gay and retarded. No, we're... Oh. Anyway. Boys, is there a secret fucking powerhouse underneath Niagara Falls? I think so.
Kitten, it's me. First name, last name. Daddy fucked up real bad. Remember all those political conversations we were
This is
having
not
about...
the video.
Is there an old world power generator hidden beneath Niagara Falls? There was a series of power generating facilities built beneath Niagara Falls, allegedly between 1853 and 1924. There was a lot going on in the 1800s, wasn't there? But could these facilities predate the 1800s by centuries? And they just don't want us to know how old they really are. The power station was still in operation right up until 1956.
Yeah, I'm grounded. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
It was flooded and collapsed, destroying 2/3 of the plant. But was this simply just an accident? Because it seemed to be working just fine up until then. So could it have been sabotaged by design to cover up old world evidence? It was Abraham Lincoln who wrote that a race of ancient giants once gazed upon Niagara Falls. Could they have been the original builders of the power plant? And what was it really built for? Is there an old world power generator hidden beneath Niagara Falls? There was a series of power generating facilities built beneath Niagara Falls.
Bro, this shit's all underneath Niagara Falls. And then they flooded it. You gotta ask, why?
Beneath Niagara Falls, allegedly between 1850...
Because they don't want us to have free energy? That seems dumb.
Free and 19...
Because free energy would mean that we'd all not have to pay for, like, dumb shit, you know? Like gas and oil and electricity. Which would free us up to, like, do a ton of cool shit. You know what I mean? I bet if energy was free, we wouldn't have to pay, we wouldn't need to have, like, we wouldn't have to be paying for all these fucking houses and scurrying about so much. What if the whole reason that we're told we have to go to work is all just a big lie so that we have to go to work? They say energy's not free. Well, gotta go to work, otherwise you're not gonna have no energy. Oh, houses don't grow on trees. Food doesn't grow from the ground. You know what literally doesn't grow from the earth whatsoever? Money. Doesn't. It's fake. Doesn't grow from anything. Is unnatural. Has no meaning in nature. Literally stupid. But houses do literally grow on trees. Food literally does grow from the ground in the sun. What the fuck? Energy, and if energy is free, I feel like our whole world is built on bullshit. Do you think that they're hiding all this shit so that we have to work forever? Because I bet if we had time to sit around and hang out with each other and sing and dance and play and carve and, you know, party, celebrate, make cool buildings for Gaia. I bet if we did that shit, we would all, like, stop all the wars and, you know, we'd probably live in harmony with the earth and shit. I feel like that's a good thing. Why would they want to stop that? Why? Is it because they're a bunch of Baphomet guys? I think so.
Janet Robinson.
What do we think about this guy? He honestly gives me more authentic vibes than most people, but
This whole thing
also
is just
don't know.
getting weirder by the day. I think at this point we can all agree that something's just off with this whole thing, no matter how you feel. And I definitely have some more weird things to show you. You ready?
Yeah.
Now I'm sure pretty much everybody on the planet knows who this man is, Tyler Robinson. Now there's 100 different scenarios surrounding this kid, but like I said, I got some weird things to show you. This is a picture of his family. Notice anything weird about it? How about this one? And here's another. Why is he always on the outside? And why does he look like he's not even a part of the group? Now, you remember the governor of Utah, right? This guy?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Now that man is Spencer Cox. This is the guy that put a stop to anything political
Yeah, you
on
do be rocking that American flag for sure.
college campuses, including UVU, where this all went down. Now remember from my last video, this woman, the president.
Ray, you can do whatever you want. I choose to not say the R word, just like kind of for the reason that Skitter said, just because if I ever said, or you know, it'll be like someone, you know, someone's mom or whatever. But I honestly, I've just replaced everything with cucks, but I don't care if you guys say it. You can say whatever you want.
Of UVU, Astrid. The one that was doing research at the Belfer Center on all those interesting topics. Now I showed you she was there because she was a consultant for the Carnegie Corporation in New York. And guess who else is involved with the Carnegie Corporation? He's actually recently taken in some pretty hefty donation from the Carnegie Corporation.
Dude, I love his sassy fucking walk-off. He does that all the time, and it's so fire.
Spencer Cox that's involved with the Carnegie Corp, as well as Astrid. And then UVU is recognized as the Opportunity College by Carnegie. Well, remember Tyler Robinson, the kid that doesn't look like he fits in with his family? Well, let me introduce you to the chair of the board of trustees at Carnegie, Janet Robinson. Not only is that an interesting last name, but her personal life is like non-existent. No husband, no kids. She was known as the nanny at work because that's all she ever seemed to do was work. And what was her job at that time? She was the co-CEO of the New York Times. That was until 2011 where she
This dude's name is Chaotic Concept on...
mysteriously and unexpectedly stepped down as CEO.
Oh no, this is TikTok.
Or fired, depending on who you ask. But the big question is, why did they give her $24 million for doing it? Now there was a ton of allegations and people wondering why this happened, but really nobody knows. One of the rumors is she got involved with one of the family members that owns the New York Times, and she needed some time off. And if you made it this far in the video, this is where I give you some homework. Go look and see exactly what family owns the New York Times. And then ask yourself, does this kid really belong here? Stay safe.
Walk off.
This whole thing, it's just getting weirder by the day.
I keep taking down the video, but it just keeps getting better. He was 200 yards out with a hunting rifle. Casper Patel said he reassembled it 2 different times. Candy showed him riding on the roof without the rifle. While Casper Patel was taking the fall at the exact same time, she said Charlie Kirk feared one country would steal him. She said Jeffrey was mowing sides. Her anti-Zionists were speaking at his rallies like Fuentes and Carlson. Netanyahu and Trump tweeted within minutes. They arrested a Republican and blamed the liberals immediately. they send a text to Riz my boomers who don't know what Riz is. But either way, that's why the smiles can't be released. The podcaster Cash Patel is being accused of lying under oath again. And it doesn't seem like anyone
Podcaster Cash Patel, I love it.
can do anything about it. Either way, on September 8th, someone's letters in Easting's book were released. God dang it, I said it. And on September 9th, the AI books came out on Amazon. And on September 10th, the Senate Republicans blocked another attempt to release the smiles. And then on September 11th, I now realize
they fucking 9/11. I can't believe they took 9/11 away from us this year. Dude, honestly, we didn't even get to watch like any 9/11 shit. And that's fucked up. You know what? We're going to have to do an actual 9/11 day. We're going to have to remember 9/11. We'll do it next week. Oh yeah, and guys, I'm not doing no show on Sunday. We're back on Monday, okay? I'll remind everyone at the end. No show on Sunday. It's Skitter's birthday this weekend, so we're going to hang out for an extra day. And then we'll be back on Monday, boys.
The video got so much. And then on September, when you add it all up, it's like, oh my God, get this video off this platform. And then I called it, and then, yeah, you have to go to the other, and then I said, then on September 11th, I keep taking down the video, but it just keeps getting better. He was 200 yards out with a hunting rifle.
Oh, we got you.
I want to see
the people you see in these videos.
CPAP is...
This is Trump on Sky, Fox News, when he was meeting people in the Royal Court. It's this next gentleman that comes up. Now, they've cut this at the point where they have this little discussion, but he's holding Trump's hands and saying something to him like, listen, we got you. Yeah, we got you, brother. Yeah, we got you. There's nothing...
The first time you saw Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files. Did you close the files or keep reading?
I have reviewed not the entirety of the files, so I have...
You haven't reviewed all of the Epstein files?
Personally, no.
You're the director of the FBI. This is the largest sex trafficking case the FBI has ever been a part of. Buck stops at the top, and your testimony today is you have not reviewed all the files.
What I've been doing is been busy providing the safest country this country has seen in modern U.S. history in historic speed, because the men and women of the FBI are given the resources to reduce the homicide rate, to reduce the drug trafficking rate, to reduce the amount of children that are being trafficked, and the number of...
It sounds like those children being trafficked are appreciated.
Bro, that's literally all the FBI does. If the FBI was dismantled, there would be no child trafficking in the United States. Zero child trafficking would happen in the United States if the FBI ceased to exist.
Reviewing the files, you said you don't know the number of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it...
Bro, look at how pointy his ears are, right? Dude, tell me I'm fucking off base with the cloner ear theory. Why do they all got that? These elves are literally grown in a lab. These motherfuckers, dude. That's clone ear. That's literally clone ear.
Released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
Do you think it might be your job to know the number?
My job is to provide for the safety and security of this country. My job is not to engage in political innuendo so you can go out to the sticks and get your 20-second hit in your fundraising article.
My time, Director.
Keep going, reclaiming your time, because the people of California are being underserved by your representation.
Oh my God, dude.
Not so long.
The first time you saw Donald Trump
to the sticks and get your 20-second hit in your fundraising
reclaiming
article.
my time,
You
Director.
keep going, reclaiming your time, because the people of California are being underserved by your
If the
representation.
president is not implicated, why not release everything that involves
We have released everything, the president and anyone else's side, that is.
Sorry, I gotta add this clonier to my fucking board. Okay, we already know that my old therapist who took me off of my ADHD medication because she miraculously found my YouTube channel without me telling her it, and then said I had delusions of grandeur. And also Diddy has clonier. Stand by. And now we've got Kash Patel's fucking clonier. Dude, look at his dumb spiky hair. All right, boys. The investigation continues, always, ever forward. No, it's not if you have it's not if you have these features, cuz you know, I have Paul's chin, right? It's if you are someone who's doing like a false flag or working for the government, or you're a gatekeeper or a gaslighter. It's not until you're one of those things that then we look at the features. So it's a secondary. You know? He does have a tiny face. Yeah. Probably clone. Clone feature. The new Diddy clone is the one with the tiny face and the upside down egghead. Bro, literally Kai Cenat is the most Diddy ever. He is Diddy. I keep commenting. He's been doing these weird ass streams, and it's all just a bunch of men hanging out with each other naked, essentially, and they're all like, dude, it is super gay, like objectively super gay. Ray J's there, so. And I keep commenting. Diddy's white parties have never stopped. He is literally Diddy, bro. These stream videos are so weird. It literally looks like a white party that is being simulcast to the internet. They just still, like, you know what they're gonna do, but they just still have their clothes on. Not a female in sight. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Clone ear theory? Really though, look at Diddy's ear. It's crazy.
Credible and lawfully be able to be released.
Remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The Attorney General and I have had numerous discussions about the entirety of the Epstein files and the reviews conducted by our team.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein?
Lisa, the The thing that I use is called Miro, M-I-R-O. It's free. It's awesome.
And we have released where President Trump's name is in the
It's a simple
attorney's
question.
file.
Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is
painstakingly
simple. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes or no?
This is really funny.
Alphabet.
Yes or no?
No. ABC.
Name is in the Epstein files.
And we have released where President
Dude, our literal politics have turned into The Office.
Trump's name is in the
This is fucking what's his name? Or Parks and Rec. It's Aziz Ansari's character.
Simple question. Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is
painstakingly
simple. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
That is so funny, dude.
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes or no, Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No. A, B, C,
Director,
D, E, F.
it sounds like you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was...
Someone's got to type this shit. This is so funny. This is so fucking funny. Oh.
In the Epstein files.
Why don't you try serving your constituency
Director,
by
did you tell the
focusing on
Attorney
reducing
General
violent
that Donald
crime in this
Trump's
country and the number of pedophiles that are
Director,
illegally
reclaiming
harbored
the time,
in your
Director.
sanctuary cities in
Director,
California?
reclaiming
I'll
the
work
time.
with you on that. Do
Regular
you
order,
wanna
Mr.
work with us
Chairman.
on that?
Director, reclaiming
I'm
the
the lawless
time.
gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is
painstakingly
simple. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes or no, Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No. A, B, C,
Director,
D, E, F.
it sounds like you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your
Director,
constituency
did
by
you tell the
focusing on
Attorney
reducing
General
violent
Donald
crime in this
Trump's name-
country and the number of pedophiles that are
Director,
illegally
reclaiming the
harbored in
time,
your
Director.
sanctuary?
Oh man, this is so good, right? Did you? There's a couple good clips.
I definitely take issue with a number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the people that he decides to appoint to very important positions, including this one, because I did have to make sure that I wasn't going crazy. But when I say that you are the least qualified FBI director in the history of the FBI, that is real, because you are the only one that never even served with the FBI prior to joining. Yet we are supposed to believe that
That's
you are
false.
the greatest thing since sliced bread. I didn't ask you a question. Now, what I want to
Still
go
false.
through is to talk about why you are a failure and why, honestly, we just need to tell you bye-bye.
Can we talk about why you are a failure? She goes, I did not ask you a question. He goes, well, still false.
You got a little upset and you put on your show for your boss because it seems like you're trying to save your job when it came to talking to Senator Booker yesterday. But let's go through some of your failures. So before you were even confirmed,
Yeah,
and
dude, they got Cash fucking, he's methed out on something good.
I think one of my colleague from Georgia, pointed out that you are already targeting career officials so that you could direct illegal firings. Mind you, these cases that you were so upset about, which are the ones tied to Trump, the cases came through his handpicked FBI director. And frankly, when people sit around and say things like, oh, you know, we're happy because now we feel safe. I don't know who feels safe in this country except for the white supremacists, because I specifically as a black woman definitely don't feel safe. And frankly, my colleagues have been real nice to you today, and I applaud them, but I don't have the same demeanor because I know that multiple colleagues on this side of the aisle have faced death threats. In fact, somebody tried to kill one of my colleagues. And frankly, I don't know if this FBI...
Yeah, right. Where are the kids? Why are there pictures of children in the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book? What's going on there?
Or under your leadership, if those people would have been caught. I don't have any confidence in you. And if we start talking about the reasons that I lack confidence, we could start with you not just wanting to acknowledge some simple facts. Simple facts like the vast majority of the threats are coming from...
Dude, that's interesting. Putin said recently they have been filling their bellies with human flesh too long, and the vampire ball is about to be over. Yeah, you know why Putin said that? Because that's literally what he's doing. That's what all these lizards are doing, bro.
Right-wing extremism. And I know my colleagues have tried to stress this, but I decided that I would maybe do it in a different way. Number one, I have a couple of UCs. Kim Buck, one of multiple Republicans receiving death threats for voting against Jim Jordan as House Speaker.
Boring.
Remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
Are there any other good clips? No. All right. We can watch something on incubator babies. Oh, the Antichrist spoke. Peter Thiel spoke.
We
right?
are going to be looking at...
Yes. All right. Fuck that. We're watching Minutes of Horror. Right? Was that yet? Wait, what day was that?
Some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right...
The reptile!
...into today's video. Make no mistake about it, it is indubious. It is indubious that the alien invasion will be happening. But spoiler alert for a little bit later on in the video, the 33 people already have their calling card all over this. But before we go ahead and get into that and other...
Damn, dude, Minutes of Horror's doing fucking teasers? Let's go, dude. Minutes of Horror stepping production up, bro.
Things, I do have a question. About a month ago, I made a video about how Peter I Sweat But I Don't Sweat Thiel was going to do a 4-part lecture series in California about the Antichrist. Whatever happened to that, because the very first lecture took place on the 15th, and my thing is, here's this tech giant that's the co-founder of Palantir, a very shady...
Wait, when did it start again? Oh yeah, Monday.
Christ. Whatever happened to that, because the very first lecture took place on the 15th, and my thing is, here's this tech giant that's the co-founder of Palantir, a very shady company now within the government. Peter Thiel is a very untrustworthy fellow who on camera had difficulties answering the question whether humans should endure or not. This lecture series has been spoken about with a lot of people. Even news and media have put attention to it. So one would think that they would release video footage and be like, see, what we were talking about was not so bad. It was more in a theological sense. So it really makes you wonder what was being said, and you have to remember that when asked the question if Palantir is laying the groundwork, the framework for the Antichrist, Peter Thiel really didn't answer the question. He didn't really say no. So I came across this video by an individual named Keela. I'm not going to play her video because she pretty much says the same thing I say, but she also said something that connects dots back to a previous event that happened, I believe, last year that most of us stopped talking about. Remember this very bizarre event back in April of 2024 where this individual, Maxwell Azzarillo, lit himself on fire in New York while Trump's court case was going on? Well, around that time, we also found out that he had wrote a manuscript called the Ponzi Papers, and inside this manuscript, he heavily mentions Peter Thiel and his upcoming role.
Hey, want to learn the biggest secret in the world? In March 2023, sketchy billionaire Peter Thiel started a bank run. I did 1,500 hours of research, and I learned all their rotten secrets. The big one is that cryptocurrency is history's first planetary, multi-trillion-dollar Ponzi scheme. That's an economic doomsday device. And when that Ponzi goes insolvent, as all Ponzis must, we'll get the worst economic collapse in world history. And every powerful person you can think of is in on it. Want to know why everything gets worse and more expensive? That's because we live in a secret kleptocracy. That's when the government gets taken over by con artists whose only job is to steal from the public. And I hope you know this is wonderful news, because now that the public knows about the secret kleptocracy, they get to abolish their criminal government. Follow for more, or read this booklet, and you will bend history.
But who was Maxwell Azzarello? Was he just some random conspiracy theorist on his computer connecting dots? Or perhaps maybe he knew something more? The fact that this is playing out in real time, and the fact that Peter Thiel is gaining more and more power, and the fact that the Ponzi papers is still up for you to read, they did not take it down, leads me to believe they wanted us to know this because they always have to tell us what they're doing ahead of time. It is how their ritualistic karma system works. So they use this guy that looks like a nutjob conspiracy theorist who lit himself on fire, spill the beans, nobody's going to take him seriously.
No, he's not a nutjob. Max Azzarello, say his name.
But if you look into him a little bit further, you can really see he is connected. More than likely, he's possibly some kind of MK Ultra victim, but he's connected in some sort of way. The one-eyed symbolism he kept doing, the free people tongue, it's very obvious what's taking place here. But even though this guy may be an insider, he's not wrong. Peter Thiel is one of the biggest investors of crypto. He made a $200 million investment in Bitcoin and others, so he's one of the biggest investors in crypto. Thiel's venture capital firm made a substantial profit of $1.8 billion on Bitcoin investments before the 2022 market collapse. Very interesting, and I'll get into that as to why. And resumed buying Bitcoin and Ether in 2023, and he still continues to do so today. He is one of the biggest investors in crypto, including Bitcoin. But here's the beauty part of everything. Here is the genius of what they did when it came to the Genius Act, because when it came to the Genius Act, they tied the US dollar to the stable coins, to crypto. And what's also interesting is that they have news and media talking about this, releasing these news articles, and we know who news and media is owned and operated by, but we have these news articles talking about what would happen to the US dollar if the cryptocurrency, these stable coins, were to crash. Well, if there was a massive crash of these cryptocurrencies or a massive rug pull, there would also be a massive sell-off of United States bonds, which would decrease the price of the bonds themselves, causing United States interest rates to spike. Reading this article from theconversation.com, which was actually published very recently, September 6, it goes on to say that a sudden, unexpected, and drastic increases in United States interest rates could easily translate into a global financial crisis, as banks and governments around the world would suddenly face solvency crises. If interest rates go up, mortgage rates go up, and people can barely afford anything now, and who would swoop in and buy up all these properties? Well, none other than Blackstone. Yeah. If this were to happen, the safest bet would probably be gold, because that would drastically increase, especially if news came out that there was no gold in Fort Knox. And it really makes you wonder whatever happened to the news story about auditing the gold in Fort Knox. Are they waiting for something like this for a cryptocurrency crash, and then they release news, hey, there's no gold in Fort Knox, and then that decreases the dollar even more, perhaps a all-out crash.
Look at that Tartarian building.
But that drastically increases the value of gold. That would be absolutely wild if this is what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying this is what's actually happening, because for YouTube reasons only, this video is only for entertainment purposes. But again, that would be absolutely wild. Reset everything and then rebuild anew with a new digital currency backed by these tech giants and the state. But it would not be just the United States. It would be all these governments around the world. It would be a one world digital currency, because if a crash like this were to happen, it would impact all the economies around the world. So this would be a part of that one world government they would want in 2030. Now, do I believe that Peter Thiel is the Antichrist? No, I do not. But it's very obvious that Palantir, this one world digital currency, and so forth will be laying the groundworks, especially when you involve this one world government as well, which I will go ahead and touch on a little bit later on with this whole alien agenda. But just take a look at this interview from Peter Thiel. He has such a fascination with the Antichrist to the point where it sounds like he's defending the idea. And when he talks about peace and safety and the Antichrist, and again, pretty much defending the idea, you have to remember the idea behind the 2030 agenda, the United Nations 2030 agenda, is peace and safety.
First time in history we can actually imagine human beings destroying the world. That's quite a plot. Now, also,
look at that fucking nerd, dude.
We have the mechanisms that would make world government, a gigantic global surveillance state, is plausible. That seems plausible too. And then I think, again, to come back to the Slavia.
Bro, he is tweaking. Look at his little Nazi German fucking haircut. Bro, where are his eyebrows? Is that a clone thing? Is this a recent interview? What show is this?
Benson plot hole. On its
Look at them fucking ears, bro.
own, they both.
Dude, he watched Peaky Blinders. He was like, "Give me the Tommy Shelby."
Seem not that desirable. Why would we have a crazy surveillance state? Why would we, why would we do this? But if you're scared enough of these things, that's the weapon. And this is sort of where my spec.
Why is Peter Thiel's face melting, bro? What's going on? Dude looks like a machine wearing a meat suit. Yes. Oh, you should learn about how they stopped gold and silver mining throughout the 1900s to keep its prices high during our depressions. Jesse said, "I'm tired of learning. It's action time." Yeah, I know, for real. At this point, we're just all spinning our fucking wheels till everyone catches up. Picking fights with everyone until we dismantle the entire Fed black cube operation single-handedly, right? We're all gonna out all of these dirty feds ourselves, since no one else will fucking do it, right? But yeah, what is this interview? Is this new? Have we seen this? This fucking goon.
Thesis is that if the Antichrist were to come to power, it would be by talking about Armageddon all the time. And Peter Thiel, the Antichrist would talk about Armageddon all the time. He'd scare people and then offer to save them. Yes, it's the 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
Look at this goon, dude. Tell me that's not motherfucking Hitler.
And so, which is nothing wrong with peace and safety, but you have to sort of imagine that it resonates very differently in a world where the stakes are so absolute, where the stakes are so extreme, where the alternative to peace and safety is, Armageddon and the destruction of all things. And then that's...
He's rock hard right now, bro. Dude, say 99999. Peter, say 9 right now. Bro, this is Hitler's son. Hold on. I also love how Minutes of Horror has him stretch the fuck out, too. It's hilarious. 99999. Just had to put him on the board real quick, sorry.
That's where
He's just talking about the Antichrist in another interview that I don't think we've seen before. This looks new, right? He looks especially fucking shrunken and especially hollowed out and especially melted. Why is his suit so big? Why is his suit going all the way out to the edges? You know? Or, I mean, going out past his shoulders. His shoulders end, like, right here, dog. He's got little boy shoulders.
Safety gets you way more than it would have in 1750. Rene Girard, in I Saw Satan Fall Like Lightning, one of his books, the Antichrist boasts of bringing to human beings the peace and tolerance that Christianity promised, but has failed to deliver. There are probably, I think there are all these elements where it's downstream from Christianity. You can think of, the poor shall inherit the earth, Sermon on the Mount. Marxist theory is we're going to be more Christian. We're going to accelerate. We're going to bring it about faster. So there is, the Antichrist probably presents as a great humanitarian, as a great, it's redistributive. It's as an extremely great philanthropist, as an effective altruist, all of those kinds of things. And these things are not, simply anti-Christian, but it is always when they get overly combined with state power, something is very wrong. If you think about the language that we've been using in this program, it's Armageddon is not that taboo. You can just talk about that by referencing the newspapers. Right. We are sleepwalking into Armageddon, maybe not in the Ukraine or the Middle East, but maybe with Taiwan and China. So there are all these. Everybody feels the dread. We can use Armageddon, and maybe it's literal and maybe it's metaphorical, but that's totally acceptable. So that tells you that's not the thing that's taboo.
Look at how excited he is, dude. The only thing that gets him, look, he's living for a second here. He's alive, bro. Hold on, we need this screenshot too. Fucking A, these are good. Going good so far.
Antichrist is like, wow, what planet are you from? Right. And so, that tells me that the existential risks are very selective of the sort that we've given, and the fears about a one world state are downplayed because they are the solution to the other ones. That is, the self-governing, politically atheist, humans governing themselves solution to Armageddon is, it's what Bostrom says. It's it's effective world government with extremely effective policing to stop, dangerous technologies from being developed and to force people to, not have too diverse a set of views, because the diversity of views is what's going to push some scientists to develop technologies they shouldn't be developing. And so we are just so grooved to the Antichrist solution. We don't worry about it because it is actually, it presents itself as the solution to all these others.
But when it comes to really advancing this one world government,
what the fucking shit is Peter talking about? He's wearing dead baby foreskin.
Agenda to get a lot of people on board, you would have to create a common enemy all these governments would have to unite against. So yesterday, I released a video where I included a segment about how news and media were talking about how China fired a missile at an orb. And this is coming about a week after the United States Congress released video footage of the United States military firing a missile at an orb. So I said that's a little too coincidental, but what really tied everything together is that around the exact same time, you had NASA saying that they have proof of ancient life on Mars. And I said this, to a much bigger event. And now on top of everything else, interesting timing again, we have NASA coming out and saying that they may have proof that there may have been ancient life on Mars. And I guarantee you anything, I bet my last Cinnamon Toast Crunch that they're going to come out and say that some type of hostile alien race from some other planet destroyed life on Mars and is coming to Earth. They're coming back to Earth. And the timing of this just really exposes them. That's what I said, right? I said that with NASA saying this, they're going to go ahead and say that there was a galactic war on Mars. These aliens, these hostile aliens destroyed life on Mars, and now they're going to be attacking Earth. Well, wouldn't you know, my Cinnamon Toast Crunch looks like it will be safe because now these news articles are coming out, and I'm reading this from the Visegrad Post. Other news agencies are talking about this, but I'm sure it's going to go ahead and slowly gain steam.
33,
but this news
dude, they gotta stop. They can't just pick a different number. They're trying to make us go crazy, bro.
Article was actually released today, September 16th. Just to come back in a quick edit, if you hear me say certain dates that do not line up, that's because this video was actually completed a couple days ago. Aliens may be 33,000 light years away. Scientists warn of possible life beyond our galaxy. For people out there that do not believe there's nothing to this whole 33 stuff, that we should stop talking about it, even though this is a number that is the highest one can achieve in this ritualistic society that has members in a lot of high positions in this world, and they call themselves the Grand Architects.
They're so freaking annoying, right, dude?
Of the universe, or the God they believe in anyway to be the grand architect of this universe. And if you look into it further, the God they worship is actually Lucifer, which they have a traditional motto and symbol being Ordo ab Chaos, which is order out of chaos. Who says that? Who puts such a specific number to a speculation about aliens from another planet in another, I guess, galaxy or solar system? Now, in a normal world where we do not have these secret societies creating these events and false flags, reading this article, it should say around 30,000, about 30,000, but no, it has to be specifically 33,000. So how did they come up with this number that smart aliens may be living on a planet 33,000 miles away?
They made
well,
it
apparently
up.
These team of researchers talking to NASA in their study built a mathematical model of what they consider a reasonable size cosmic haystack. And again, this cosmic haystack just happens to be
Silly rabbit. Palantirs for cucks.
33,000 light years in diameter, centered on the Earth. They also picked 8 dimensions of a search for aliens, factors like signal transmission frequency, bandwidth, power, location.
Pasture of castles. What are you talking about, dude? There isn't that much blood in the human neck, and it's not under that much pressure. Larry Bird, Scottie Pippen. Word, dog.
Repetition, polarization, and modulation, and define reason.
I'm so over Lucifer. I'm so over their interpretation of Lucifer, right?
Limits for each one. So it really sounds like they are building up their backstory, working on their script for these aliens that will invade Earth. And that I was reading from Business Insider. Even when it comes to this whole
Pasture of castles. The blood in the neck is connected to the entire body, and it's an artery close to the heart. So it has a lot of pressure behind it. Wrong. Squibs. Yeah, that's what we're saying. Wait, what? There isn't that much blood in the human neck. But wait, you're saying it's a squib? That's what we're saying. Why are you picking fights for no reason? Bad attempt at gory special effect. Yeah, exactly. But it's a bad attempt because there is a lot of pressure in the neck. There's a lot of blood in a sense, but it's not like, dude, in a real one, like, there's a lot of blood for a couple seconds. And none of it comes out in spurts, like, with the heart. Like, dude, if you've ever seen blood spurting out of someone, it literally goes... It's not a water fountain, like a pond. Or it's like a fish tank water fountain. It literally, dude, it gurgles a little bit. It's like... And then it starts flowing. That's literally the opposite of how actual blood flows, right? Yeah, no spray and replace grass with pavers. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm thinking. I think that they replaced the blood or they replaced all that shit because there was no fucking blood there. It was corn syrup. Someone should have grabbed some of that shit. They weren't securing the fucking scene because they knew they didn't need to, because they knew it was happening. I'm just kidding, Pastures. All right, we love you. That's my introduction. Yeah, all right, cool. But yeah, dude, I totally agree. When I first saw I saw the faraway shot, and that sold it to me, and I'm very squeamish. I don't even like watching videos of people get their arms broken and shit. But then when I saw Erica Kirk, she literally made me go, this whole fucking thing is fake. Because there's no way Charlie's dead. Based on her performance alone, I was willing to bet the fucking farm that Charlie is not dead. And then I actually looked at the footage. Dude, it's fake. It's so fucking fake. I mean, dude, his shirt goes like this. It's like a pump is like running, and it, like, you know, it's got to get the fucking blood flowing. But his shirt is like, and then his neck literally doesn't do anything. There's no explosion. There's no nothing. It literally is just blood trickling out. So weird.
Atlas stuff, which I believe they're going to go ahead and use in an event. Now they're trying to make it sound less like a comet and more technical if you read the current news articles. And there is...
And then... Whoa, did you hear that? Then the, when they're dragging him to the fucking SUV, there's not a drop of blood. Not a single drop. Not one. He literally got his neck exploded. Like, fuck off, dude.
A lot of attention going into this 3i Atlas. Remember when news first came out, they were calling it a hostile mothership. And now when you listen to news and media talking about it, they are trying to describe it as more of some type of technology. So yeah, I really feel like this 3i Atlas will be used in some kind of event.
Dude, if anyone got any of that blood on them, they have to spray that shit with luminol. Come on. Come on, spray it with luminol. See if it glows in the dark. I bet it's not blood.
Or maybe even the catalyst that will start their whole alien agenda that they really want.
Yeah, boys, if you wouldn't mind, like the stream. Pretty please. If you do like it, you don't have to, though, if you don't like it.
And they'll probably even say that this 3i Atlas came from this planet that was specifically 33,000 light years away. So China and the United States are definitely working hand in hand to bring forth this fake stage alien invasion, but soon you're going to hear that other countries are also firing upon orbs, and even perhaps next you'll hear that they have been attacked by entities. What I also find interesting about China happens to be that back in 2024, when we were getting all those news articles about Earth having a second moon, remember that? It was like a mini moon, and it was exactly 33 feet long. Well, a few years before that, this news article came out talking about how China would launch a fake moon.
Salty as cracker, I have to figure out how to do a booch too. I gotta stop buying these things. I'm fully addicted too. It's okay. I'm a kombucha mushroom person sitting around all day. I have no other fucking choice.
But let me know if anything stands out to you when it comes to this news clip. Look very good at this news clip.
China wants to launch a fake moon into the sky by the year 2020. Announced last week at an innovation conference, a southwestern Chinese city wants to launch a satellite into orbit that would reflect the sun's rays at night. It will reportedly be...
Dude, they'll fucking do anything but just give us public transit and fucking and stop doing oil. Can we please do fucking sunshine and ether? Why? They'll literally do anything to not stop oil. Anything to just keep doing oil forever, bro. It's almost like they want to, you know, burn it all up. Maybe for their vampire friends that are on their way here.
8 times brighter than the real moon, and it could replace streetlights, saving that city more than $200 million a year. However, astronauts are concerned about the increased light pollution it could cause.
So
this is insane.
Did you see it? If not, I'll go ahead and point it out. To the left, you can see the checkerboard symbolism, and to the top right here, you
I don't need a new moon. I need new shoes.
You can see the compass and square. So without a doubt, this alien invasion is indeed coming, but it is going to be heavily scripted and edited.
Yeah, can they stop doing oil and stop messing with the kids? That would be great, dude.
By the 33rd people, among others. And oh, so many people are going to fall for it. So many people are going to be tricked by this fake stage alien invasion. And for us that will speak out about it and say that, well, there was many signs.
Dude, that oil is conscious. I do think that, bro. I think that's why I think that it holds, like, maybe it's even more important than, like, the water, you know, in holding, like, the Akashic record, I mean. Because I was floating that with Thoth a while ago, and that kind of made sense to me. But yeah, what if, like, of course they would target something that is good for the earth, right? I bet that the oil and shit, when it's in the ground, does something good that we like. And them sucking it all up and burning it in our fucking atmosphere, and then literally putting chemtrails on top of it. Dude, they're pretending, like, I swear to God, I think that they're pretending to, like, put these aluminum things up in the sky to supposedly block the sun. I think that they're doing it to fucking greenhouse gas the shit out of us and keep all of that burnt exhaust in our atmosphere so that we turn into a literal, it's going to be Dark City, bro. They're going to turn us into a fucking, basically what they're doing is shutting the garage door and then turning the car on. That's what they're doing, bro. It's the fucking beginning of Hereditary. It's that horrific scene of in Hereditary where the girl runs the exhaust all the way from the car into her parents' room. That's what they're doing to us. Yeah, it's planetary lube for the plates. That would also make sense, right? Because then they want to suck it all out so that they can have, like, a big ol' reset earthquake, right? Yeah, they use all the free energy tech for themselves, and then, yeah, they have coal and oil for us. We're going to be smog boys. We already are smog boys. We're 10 steps
Before
away.
then,
We're 4 steps away from Wall-E.
It's all fake. Well, we're going to be flooded with bots. We're going to be flooded by NPCs pushing back on these videos. When it came to that Visegrad article that I read from about that planet or alien life 33,000 light years away, just take a look at the comment section. Look at the bots. They're supposed to be different people, but wow, 33,000 light years away. That's quite the long distance relationship. Wow, 33,000 light years away.
Ooh, what if the oil is actually part of the black goo and they inverted it and all the oil they extract doesn't actually go to what they say it does? I mean, that would make the black goo make sense because it's like they're inverting it into something devilish. You know? Shiner. That be why MGK be swimming in it with Megan Fox, you know? CatDad and Paul Weisopel are running for president 2028. Paul, be my running mate. Be my VP. Yeah, dude. And if Wally comes, I'm ready for the hover chair, right? That'll be fucking cool.
Way, that's quite a commute for a cup of alien coffee, and these comments sound so similar. These are bots. This is basically dead internet theory in action. But when it comes to bots, NPCs, we're going to hear things like the government has no such technology, even though they can make anything look like anything pretty much with the mix of AI, CGI, 3i, actors, and so forth. They can really put on a tremendous show. This was the same old song and dance when they released bots and NPCs to the comment sections of people saying how the government cannot do certain things to the weather. This will be so much worse than the C-19. Entire channels will get banned just for questioning the massive loss of life that will occur from this fake stage alien invasion. You'll see comments where people will say, of course it's real. My peepaw's doctor's cousin's uncle lost his life due to an alien. So how dare you even question such a thing? You conspiracy theorist, I hate you. I hate you all. Oh. That's how it's...
Hold on. Hold on a second, boys.
You even question such a thing? You conspiracy theorist, I hate you. I hate you all. Oh. That's how it's pretty much going to play out, word for word. And on the topic of...
Calm down, Chunks. Chunks is wilding out. Dude, this fucking robot thing that he's about to show is fake as fuck, right?
You conspiracy theorist, I hate you. I hate you all. Oh. That's how it's pretty much going to play out, word for word. And on the top... You conspiracy theorist, I hate you. I hate you all. Oh. That's how it's pretty much going to play out, word for word.
Let's go. Ew, dude, fuck this thing. I hate this.
People believing things. There's this individual on TikTok, no less, and again, interesting timing. He's from Panama. Supposedly, he found this meteorite, and as he's holding on to it for days, out pops this alien creature, and people are really believing it. He shows video footage here and there of it moving, of it growing, But then he goes ahead and touches it with his bare hands, and one would think that if he had something like this, an alien life form, if this was real, he would have been raided by now, and this would have been taken away. But again, the whole scary part of this is that there are so many people out there that believe this is real, and we don't know if videos like this are a test to test people to see if they will indeed fall for this alien agenda that's being crafted by certain organizations. So apparently this is his latest video. He's getting a ton of views. He's convincing a lot of people. And again, the timing is just so interesting between this, what NASA is saying, the orbs being fired upon in different countries. The agenda is building up quickly. It's really gathering steam.
Dude, this shit is all AI. This whole video is AI. The fuck is this? No. Very mycelial though, right? Love that. No. You can tell it's AI because it's got that weird, super wide angle thing going on. I don't know why all of the AI video, like, all the good AI videos all have this, like, weird, almost fisheye lens thing going on. That shit be glitching, dog. Dude, fuck off. What the fuck? It disconnected from its slug trail? Look. It's not connected there anymore. What happened? Bro, fuck off with this.
Now, news articles are saying 16 politicians passed away around the same time, but some are saying 7, so it could be anywhere from 7 or 16, but either way, 7 or 16.
Bro, the CIA's making moves with the... What's the fucking... What was, What's Reinhard Gehlen's team called? What are the German police? The Nazis?
Authorities
out, bro.
Are saying that this was just a coincidence.
Don't involve Australia, but what's happening in Germany right now is unreal. And
Peter Thiel's behind all of this. All of them were defenestrated, I bet.
statistically, it's impossible. In just 13 days, 7 candidates from the AfD party have suddenly died, right before crucial local elections. 7 candidates, the same party, same state, same elections. Authorities are calling it a coincidence, but let's be real, the circumstances and timing is wild. So a lot of people might say, who are the AfD? Well, let me explain it to you. They're Germany's right-wing populist party.
They're the party that Elon likes to throw this for.
Kind of like if Pauline Hanson's One Nation party had the influence of the Nationals. And they have...
It has grown since this video, and he said he's scared of it. Oh, no.
Risen and grown fast because Germany's people are sick of mass immigration, unaffordable housing, rising crime, and a government obsessed with green targets whilst the economy collapses. Does that sound familiar? Now, I'm not saying there's foul play here, but think about the odds. 7 politicians, the same party, dying within 2 weeks of each other, just before voters head to the polls. That's not politics as usual. That's the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a Netflix thriller, not Europe's biggest economy. And here's the state of Germany today. Mass immigration pouring in, crime and unrest is on the rise, the cost of living is climbing, and the government more worried about silencing free speech and protecting its own people. And the AfD, like them or not, they represent the fraction of Germany that have said enough is enough. And yet right before crucial elections, one by one their candidates are dying. Coincidence? Maybe, and that's what the authorities are saying. But just take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Mass immigration, a broken economy, and political opponents dropping dead before the election. And history shows us that's exactly the kind of environment where instability, extremism take hold. This report actually makes me worried. Statistically, this can't happen. Oh, and just on a lighter note, check out Dan Andrews rubbing shoulders with the Supreme Leader, Kim Jong-un. Sometimes I think to myself, are we living in a simulation? And then I get sent photos like this. Maybe we are.
So yeah, I don't know how they're calling that a coincidence. That is absolutely wild. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, because any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
We love you, Minutes of Horror. Oh shit. This one's called Corey's.
Corey. Hey, Corey. Hey. Corey. I need your help. Come on. I gotta go get some vitamin C. Got a lot of stuff to get off the list today. Come on.
God, you dropped your pillow!
Hope you check one out yourself. Like I said, description's down below. Till next time, just remember, life's a hike, so hike happy with a Yeti cooler.
In the bed with my angels. Can you believe you could be living like this? But instead, you gotta go to Target with your fucking wife.
Hold on, boys. We interrupt this regularly scheduled programming for the Cosmic Ripple ad. Protection, transmutation, and wisdom. Crystal pyramid, but the hand is not included, but you get the pyramid and all the stones and everything inside. And the sigil, look at that cool ass. Oh, look at that sigil, boys. I'm in the green and the black. Looking pretty cosmic. Notice the source of the minerals. This mine is one of those oldest minerals. Dude, it carries deep, protective, and transformative energy, shielding against negativity while awakening inner power, wisdom, and spiritual insight. A true stone of magic and alchemy. Damn, bro. Ooh, I be loving that top down. Black on gold on black on silver. Ish. On black. Damn. Looking nice with the tree. That's green and gold. Fuck yeah, boys. Look at that sigil. Oh, damn, brother. Loving this dark palette is cool. Alright, boys. Get yours today at the Cosmic Ripple Shop. Ripple, 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 ripple. Alright. Back to the Coreys.
I'm outside of time. I'm outside of currency. I'll never have a family. Your body is bread.
Corey. You okay?
He's dead.
Corey.
I'm the personification of I don't give a fuck. You think you know me? You got no idea.
Okay, Corey. Get up. Hey.
What?
Take it easy.
What's
Take
the
a
matter?
breath.
Where am I?
Did you eat?
Sorry.
We're gonna go home, okay? I need you to be a partner. And all the energy is spent on, are you okay? Are you taking care of yourself? I have to be a person for you. I need you to be present. You can't be a ghost.
Top 10 Vegas tips.
Pawn Stars cast member Corey Harrison arrested over the...
Outside of time, if you're watching this and you're not here, you're a fucking loser right Come on. I gotta go away for a couple of days. Really? Yes. I know, like, biologically how to have sex, right?
Yeah.
I have to get stronger.
I'm gonna introduce, you're gonna sing.
Stop! Yeah!
I get your heart racing in a skin tight jeans in the teenage dream tonight.
Get the fuck up!
Have you seen this guy walking around here at all? Have you seen him?
No, I have not.
Have you guys seen him?
It looks like you, bro.
I know, it looks...
It looks like you, bro. This reminds me of the Kim Kardashian Christmas video.
exactly like me, and he says, my name's Corey, and he says that his name is Corey. I'm gonna fucking go nuts. I gotta fucking find this guy. No, I know, but he's been posting videos as me. He looks just like you. I know, he looks exactly like me, and he's posting fucking... Your twin or something? What's his deal? I don't know.
He's a party animal.
He is. I mean,
he's a fucking savage.
Heard you're looking for me, Treasure Island.
Stop coughing! Bro, like seriously, what the fuck is this shit? Relax. Chill out. Dude, you're fucking copying me. You know who you are? You're a fucking poser, man. What did you say? What did you call me? I called you a fucking poser, man.
This is art, boys. When two become one. There are two wolves inside of me and they won't stop kissing. What the fuck?
We're gonna take all the breeding age females and bring them to Las Vegas, and I'll distribute them to the men who have changed their names to Corey. No kings, no presidents, no senators, just Corey.
Let's fucking go, dude.
I don't need to sleep. I don't use currency. I'm not a part of this time. I used to be two Coreys, now I'm one. Oh. What are you guys into? What do you do? We're tech. Oh, yeah. That's all going away. Currency,
Dude,
everything.
this is
We're gonna flip
insane.
into a new society. What do you do? I'm outside of space and time.
I'm outside of space and time.
Change your name to Corey. After that, you will be executed. If you don't change your name to Corey in 3
Do you see his chin, bro?
months, you're going to be executed. I just absorbed Corey. I just absorbed him and became
Look at that fucking chin, dude.
ultimate
Conor O'Malley's trying to tell us something, boys.
Corey. I have to go kill his family. I gotta go drive. After this, I'm gonna go kill his family.
Yes.
We have to cauterize the wound so there's no other Corys. Yes! Yes! We are here tonight. This is me. Are you getting this? Are you filming them? Hurry up! Unlock it.
Dude, I would love to see a Conor O'Malley film. Like an act, like a 90-minute Conor O'Malley movie. Spider-Man!
My son. What did you do?
Oh, gosh!
Dude, this is cinema. Let's fucking go, boys.
Corey?
Yeah, it's a Corey morph.
I love you.
I love you too. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just really fucking hungry.
Starring and written by Connor O'Malley. That is so fucking awesome, boys. We love it. Blackstone International. Aleister Crowley, the man who tried to summon Bagagwa. After the Finders, Epstein and the Global Pattern. Yeah, dude. The global pattern of predators. Best days ahead. Alex Jones early videos. Oh my goodness. Okay, what's this? The God Eaters.
The world's.
Looks like we started watching this at one point. What is this? Any good? Khazarian Mafia, the God Eaters. Is this about Kim Kardashian's family? Amalek. Oh, BB's talked about the Amalek before. People who lick blood? Yeah. A Luciferian who abused me said she proudly traced her bloodline all the way back to the Amalekites. Blood drinkers? Vampires? Oh, the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. I think I've heard a lot of people tell me to watch this. Is this any good?
In 1933, 33rd degree Freemason Franklin D. Roosevelt added the Great Seal to the US dollar, transforming it into an occult talisman. The same year, he signed a gold confiscation order and took the US off the gold standard. At a press conference on March 8, 1933, he joked, "As long as nobody asks me whether we are off the gold standard, that's all right, because nobody knows what the gold standard really is." David Icke wrote, "The 33rd degree Freemason and black nobility president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, had this symbol printed on the dollar bill from 1933. It was a symbol of secret societies in Europe, long before anyone heard of the United States, and it is awash with Freemasonic and secret society symbolism going back to the ancient world. Notice the symbology and numerology used on the dollar bill. The most obvious symbol is the Illuminati pyramid, with the hovering, all-seeing eye in the capstone. Opposite this is the All-American Eagle, with a downturned U.S. flag affront its chest.
Yeah.
These and many other symbols on the dollar come from the ancient stellar, solar, and lunar cults." Michael Tessarian wrote, "The pyramid is for the stellar cult, as are the various stars that appear on the bill. The golden eagle is for the solar cult. The eagle is the symbol of America because it signifies the constellation in Scorpio called Achaea. Scorpio is the sign of power, money, and wealth, as well as secret knowledge. The U.S. elections are held right in the middle of Scorpio, and the birthday of America is in the scorpionic decanate of Cancer. The double-headed eagle symbol, which came
Scorpios forever.
from Babylon and survived through the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, has been today adopted by America, Mexico, Israel, Germany, France, Chile, Italy, Honduras, and many others." David Icke wrote, "The eagle is a widely used brotherhood symbol, and it can be found on the coats of arms of many countries, including Egypt, Libya, and Iraq. It was a major symbol for Germany, and it appears in the designs of pulpits and lecterns used..."
And NASA, that's interesting, right?
by the Christian Church. Seals like the one used on the Great Seal of the United States can be traced back to at least 4000 BC in Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, and India. The word money comes from the lunar cults. Early words for the moon were mon and min, giving us money, printed at a mint. We have a worldwide monarchy that controls the world's money supply. We have finance minister.
Do you see his Google ass fucking... his cute little thing? His little sash? The frick? Look at that Google shit. You've got mail.
We have finance ministers, prime ministers, and their ministries being controlled by occult elites and societies. It is interesting to note that the plant mint is green. Our money, printed at the mint, is green. And the Isis moon goddess Statue of Liberty is also green. Jordan Maxwell wrote, "You will see beneath the pyramid 1776 spelled out in Roman numerals, plus the words Annuit Coeptus, and is translated as Annuit, our enterprise. Coeptus is translated to mean crowned with success, or is crowned with success. Therefore, Annuit Coeptus is our enterprise, which is now a success." Then, in order to find out what enterprise was a success, read on the $1 bill at the bottom of the pyramid, Novos Ordo Seclorum, which translates as the New Order of the World, the New World Order. The Latin translation of Annuit Coeptus Novos Ordo Seclorum is Our New World Order is crowned with success. The other Latin phrase, E pluribus unum, means one out of many, order out of chaos. The Hegelian dialectic, the problem-reaction-solution paradigm used by the elites to drive world events, opinions, and policies. There are 13 letters in Annuit Coeptus, and 13 letters in E pluribus unum. The dollar encodes the number 13 repeatedly. There are 13 stars above the eagle's head, 13 steps on the pyramid, 13 vertical bars on the shield, 13 horizontal stripes at the top of the shield, 13 leaves on the olive branch, 13 arrows, 13 fruits, and 13 members. If you draw a 6-sided Star of David hexagram around the pyramid on the back of the dollar, 5 of the 6 corners will point to letters ASMON, or when you rearrange them, MASON.
What?
Jordan Maxwell wrote, "You will find on the dollar bill the eagle, which comes from the ancient concept of the phoenix and has 13 stars above it. The 13 stars are arranged in the configuration of the Star of David, or the hexagram. Most people think the 13 stars represent the original 13 colonies. In the first place, why did they have to have 13 colonies? Why couldn't they have 27, or 4, or 10? When one understands that the number 13 is a very important, profound Masonic number, and that many of the founding fathers of this country were Freemasons, as well as Rosicrucians, then you will follow this connecting thread of material to see what was actually being created. They knew what they were doing when they divided this country into 13 colonies. The number 13 is not an unlucky number for them. It's an unlucky number for you."
Hey everybody, how are you doing? I'm glad that you're here. I know that I've been talking about this video for quite a while now, and I just now am getting my arms around it and the subject, and so it's taken me a while, longer than usual, to go from when I thought I was going to be releasing it to now, to actually releasing it. And so I say all that to say that it's been a real journey for me, and I think that anybody that takes on this subject, which is who actually runs the world, who actually rules the world, anyone who takes on this subject will find that it is not something that is quickly gathered. And I've really found that as I've dug into this, it seems like almost every day another layer is revealed. And that's also been a reason for the delay, is that I keep uncovering more and more about this group, because this group goes so far back. So what I've decided to do is I've decided to cut the video in half. So this first video, we're going to be covering from the origin, or our known origin, of human beings all the way till about 100 AD, which was the beginning of the formal Khazarian Mafia, between the Caspian and that would be the Black Sea, just north of the Caucasus Mountains. And 100 AD really marks the beginning of their infiltration formally and organized into the West, into the organized West, and into what became of the groups that ended up ruling the world. And so since that is a story in and of itself from about 100 AD, we're going to be covering the first part. Because I haven't, to be honest, I haven't found any narratives that cover the origin of human beings and how this group came about through the bloodlines of human beings. I haven't found any essays, I haven't found anything that really digs into it. And the essay that I'm going to be using, which here, let me get the name of the gentleman who wrote it. Yeah, Preston James and Mike Harris wrote an essay that's going to be carrying us from 100 AD to present day. But I haven't found any essays that cover from the origin of human beings until 100 AD that really do this group justice. And since this is our history, since this is the human history and origin, it matters. And so if you're looking for a 5-minute quick and dirty, I am not your guy. This is going to take probably, I'd say, about an hour and a half, 2 hours to get through this first part. And then the essay is probably going to be that again. And that's really going to be the only way, I feel, to communicate, to effectively communicate our history and why the world is the way that it is. And I think that's an awesome introduction into
because of bastards.
The titling of this, which is why is the world the way that it is. I've named this essay
Khazarian Mafia, the God Eaters,
by Charles Regan Swindoll. And I'm starting with this nice quote from Aristotle. Nice doesn't do this quote justice. This awesome quote from Aristotle: knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. And that really is true. That's why Alan Watts spent his entire career asking the question, who are you? And that's why the Buddha spent his entire life pursuing the question of absolving suffering. And the way one absolves suffering is knowing who you are, knowing the divinity that you are.
It's still real to me, damn it. It is. Tartaria is still real to me, damn it. Right, boys?
Knowing the divinity that you reflect and come from and emanate. And the journey to that space is extremely varied. And so that at the end of the day, what matters is knowing who you are and finding that out. Because no one can tell you. I can't tell you. Your pastor can't tell you. Your government official can't tell you. No book, no movie, no lecture is going to be able to tell you who you are. This is going to be a journey of self-discovery. That's how you find out who you are. And typically it comes through pain. I had an interesting dialogue with a friend on the internet, and she asked the question, is there any way to wisdom that doesn't involve pain? And I really sat and thought about it for a while, and I realized the stuff in my life that matters most cost me the most. There's a great Buddhist quote or Eastern quote that says, to know anything, I must lose everything. And that's been my experience. And I found that the more that I have lost, the more that I have just set aside as not the answer, but just a part of the answer, the more I've been able to open my mind to a larger reality, a larger truth that is hearkening all of us, especially right now during the Great Awakening. And so I wanted to start this off with a good question, which is, who are you? And this essay is hopefully going to help you understand who you are. Okay, so getting right into it, what we're going to be talking about today is the Khazarian Mafia. And it's of my opinion that this group, as well as constellating groups around and about the Khazarian Mafia, are who have ruled the world since our inception. And I think that the human being, the human genome, is a multifaceted endeavor when you're attempting to understand our history, when you're attempting to know where and what and how we came about. And so it is quite a journey, because that true essence of us has really been hidden from us. And this group, the Khazarian Mafia, has worked very hard for us to not know who we are, because if we find out, as a society, as the human collective, if we find out who we are, we will be unrulable, and we will think for ourselves, and we will develop for ourselves, and we won't be held back and shackled down by evil groups. And so the work of the Khazarian Mafia has been to suppress the knowledge of human beings, the history of human beings, the essence of human beings. And that really is what we're pursuing today, is our essence. And our history contains it, but they haven't want us to know it, because we become extremely powerful and an unstoppable force when we know who we are.
Fuck yeah,
okay, so to begin, before we dive into the history of human beings, let's look very quickly at who, in my opinion, are the Khazarian Mafia. So
I don't know what the beginning was. I kind of wish that the whole thing was that.
I've developed this little slide here that shows a hierarchy. And at the top of the slide, what you're going to see is the top of the pyramid, the top of the hierarchy, and at the bottom of this slide is the bottom of the pyramid.
Reptoids.
And what this shows, what I'm hoping to do here, is to begin to open your eyes to a larger reality than the one that has been taught to you by about level 2 here, the entertainers, and 3, the low-level government officials, and so forth. Those are the quote-unquote emissaries, the representatives of this evil group, but they present the world, this evil group, in such a way that you would never know that there are many layers below them or above them. So let's look at this. At the top, we have what in Gnosticism is called the demiurge, Satan, Lucifer, Baal, Molech. These are anthropomorphisms of the evil that undergirds all of these groups. So at the very top of the pyramid is the ruler, overseer, the penultimate example of evil, which would be Satan. And so just below that are the fallen angels, watchers, archons, reptoids. It depends sort of what level you're at as far as what you know and understand about the world. But fallen angels, watchers, this comes out of the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch lays out the world in that there was a developing and thriving community history of human beings that was going on. And then there was a moment when that history, that ongoing saga, was infiltrated by an outside group. And these many, it just depends on where you come from on this planet to determine what the name of this group is. But the common names are the fallen angels, the watchers, the archons, and the reptoids. And the theory is that the watchers involved themselves with humans, human women, bred with them, and the children that came out of those copulations were the Nephilim, the giants. And that's the next level down. Black nobility, Black Pope, Order of the Black Snake, Zoroastrian, and Nephilim bloodlines. Again, these are all hidden. These are not individuals, entities, groups that you would ever know about and you were to never know about. And these are what are behind the next level here, which is the Khazarian Mafia. And the Khazarian Mafia, really, there's a line that's drawn between those top 3 and the rest of the groups. And that is, this is when you begin to fall into categories of people that you know of, that you might have seen once or twice. The Jesuit Order, Babylonian, Canaanite bloodlines. This fills this next level, the Freemasons, Illuminati, Committee of 300, Club of Rome, Scottish Rite, CIA. The bloodlines of those groups are inside the Khazarian Mafia, Jesuit Order, Babylonian, Canaanite bloodlines. I know this is a mouthful, but our history is very involved.
True.
So this then would lead to the low-level government officials, judges, FBI, WHO, and DEA,
rise up, you fucking butlers.
Supposedly the people that you vote into office, which we all know that you don't. But supposedly, these would be the common everyday people that you're seeing all the time.
This dude does get it, though. I feel like he, although at the end, I'm sure he's going to have some horrific take.
So you can see by looking...
Be like, and then that is why I think we should involuntarily exterminate all homeless people and trans people.
At this order, these groups, you could see we move from a totally invisible order to a fully visible order, and it shifts within these groups here in the middle. What's also interesting, Club of Rome, Scottish Rite, these groups require pedophilia to enter. What you're going to notice, the common
gang, that's what we said.
Thread that comes out of these ancient orders of people, groups of people, is child sacrifice, blood sacrifice. And to be a part of these groups, you must be a person who involves yourself at that level. And so the Scottish Rite and Club of Rome, these groups, it's required that you engage in some kind of CP, in order to enter the group. And then you have the bottom 3, low-level government officials, judges, FBI, WHO, DEA, entertainers.
And they definitely fuck kids, too.
Media, sports figures, public officials.
All of them.
These would not be the bloodlines. These would not be the true origins. These would be people that have sold their soul. They have sold their life and soul to Molech. And they have given over all their humanity, all their compassion, over to evil. And so they are in service.
Agreed.
They are in service to evil. And you are not to know that. Us at the bottom there, the feeders, the breeders, commodities, and assets. That's us. The world, the earth, in my opinion, is a farm. And we are the assets, the commodities that come out of the way the earth is put together, the way that it's run right now. Obviously, this is a blasphemous version of the original earth. It wasn't like this at one time. But it has been... The earth, us as a society, have been infiltrated by a parasite, and that parasite is pure evil. And so in order to overcome this, in order to overcome these groups and to change the world, we must save ourselves. And the way we save ourselves is through knowledge, is through learning and understanding not only who we are, but the world round about. And in order to do that, you're going to have to remove the assumptions that you have. And when you see a list like this, you're going to have to begin to see the world in a larger scope than the assumed constriction that has been inculcated into you. And that's inculcated into you through entertainers, media, sports figures, public officials.
This is starting to cook. Let's go.
Your education, your science, your medicine, your religion. These are all ways, disciplines, used to constrict your world and to make your focus much smaller, to only see the world through a pair of binoculars rather than seeing the world naturally through your own eyes. And so when you see the world confined like this, you're only seeing so much of the world. And really, science, medicine, politics, religion, government, these things, even our agriculture, these things are what deplete and sicken us as individuals and as a society, because they are false realities. And so my words here and what I'm showing you here is very revulsive to folks that are really caught up. But it's the only way we're going to grow. It's the only way we're going to learn, is to find out that the history we've been taught, the medicine we've been taught, the life we have been taught is false. And it's because it comes out of this order, as I've showed you, these groups here. A quick look at the costumes these groups wear is the, let's see, let me find it here. Yes, is this slide here, the Cult of Baal image drawn by Dylan Monroe. And this shows you, looking at the top here, this shows you the costumes that these groups have worn so that you would never see the actuality below the costume. And so they've hidden themselves inside of the kings, inside the royalty, inside the ruling groups and empires that have controlled and steered humanity. And this evil has cloaked itself in many different forms, such as the Roman Empire, the Roman Catholic Church, the Jesuit Order, Pharaonic Egypt. These would be the costumes that the evil has adorned so that you would never know that you're being ruled by evil. And when you look at a map like this, where it shows how they've simply changed their costume within the theater that is the human collective, you'll see how they have mastered the human race and controlled it, and held it to account in a very, very small world that does not reflect actual nature, actual reality. They've put us into a conflict-oriented world is what they've done, and I've spent many videos talking about that. And one of the...
Like, dude, in the real world, when we're not in this bullshit, we don't do this stuff. We come together. We all work together. People are all, like, fighting me in the comments when I'm like, bro, we're gonna do fucking anarchy, small tribes, it's gonna be awesome. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, well, who's gonna own the land? No one owns the land. Shut the fuck up, dude. What are you talking about?
Ways that you shorten the life and constrict.
And then when I'm like, we all need you know, fuck our jobs. We're just scurrying about. People are like, well, you know, who's gonna make the food? Someone's gonna have to make the food, and everyone else is gonna sit around. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. People don't just sit around. We have never even had even close to a world where everyone isn't just living in fucking fight or flight, you know? So, like, when people have their needs met, people don't hoard and steal and do whatever the fuck, you know? We have never experienced that, so I'm so sick of hearing people be like, well, everybody's just gonna lay around and laze about. Oh, who's gonna make the food? Oh, well, if you want people to have free homes, who's gonna build them? Dude, shut the fuck up. We will, you idiot. What are you talking about? We will do everything, just like we always do everything, but we will decide what the fuck we do. Imagine that. They're like, no, I want to be told what to do. I want to be a slave. Oh. Guys, it's not slavery because we have taxes. We have taxes, and we're allowed to go to a park 2 days out of the week.
The mind of a human being is by filling them with lies and filling them with poisons, filling them not only with food poisons, but religious poisons and governmental poisons and historical poisons. And you do that enough to any human being, any human collective, you will permanently disable them. Permanently in the sense that as long as they are within and absorbed by those poisons and taken by those poisons, they will not get out. Okay, so from that basic general look at the actual world, let's go to the beginning here on the first slide where I talk about where this essay came from, and yeah, let's get started. This essay is an offspring of the Cliff High Substack write-up called Walk Without Rhythm, found here. And if you'd like, please feel free to copy that address down, put that in your computer, and check it out. I'm going to also present his essay here. As you know, I agree with some of what Cliff High says, and I disagree with some of what Cliff High says. That's called a healthy relationship. Cliff retweeted my Luciferian video as legit info years ago, so I can't dismiss the guy completely. His human manipulation theory has legit clout, and it ties in well to our discussion today. Yeah. Now, before I continue any further, I know that this evil group has done a very good job of tribing out humanity. Tribing out meaning coercing different groups of people into set beliefs. Yeah. And the beliefs that these different groups subscribe to are incongruent with each other. So these tribes of people don't intermingle very well because they have been tribed out in their beliefs. Here's a great example. There's a whole host of people who believe in flat Earth, and there's a whole host of people who believe in a spherical Earth.
Globetards.
And both of these tribes of people are 100% convicted with the idea that they're right, that they have enough information to show and prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that they are absolutely correct. And so anyone who doesn't subscribe to their belief is an idiot, should be ostracized, should be marginalized, should be an outcast, should never be listened to. And see, this is how you take a group of people and you isolate and alienate them, because they will not hear any words but the words that they have subscribed to. They're living in an echo chamber. It doesn't dumb you down to become familiar with both the arguments of the flat Earth folks and the arguments of the spherical Earth folks, because they both have convincing arguments. And so it's a good idea to learn those arguments. It doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. The point being, it's a good idea to learn them, just like if you're going to go and study many cultures of people. It doesn't mean you're going to take on their traditions. It doesn't
exactly, dude.
Mean that you're going to take on their gods and their ideas of life, but you're going to be exposed to their traditions, to their gods, to their ontologies, which will expand your mind. That's called a well-rounded education. You are not just learning the stuff you're going to fully buy into, but you're also learning the stuff that you would never buy into, because that makes you a smarter person. It makes you a wiser, more refined.
Ooh, I like that, El Bardo. They hide behind our virtues and righteousness as if it was their own. Yeah, bro.
Individual, because you have not spent your life rejecting everything that you just don't see, that you don't agree with, which makes you enslaved to your own mind.
Who's Kurt Metzger, Ryan?
And that's really what this group has effectively done, is enslave us to doctrines that are false, doctrines about ourselves and doctrines about the world, whether that be a medical doctrine, a religious doctrine, a scientific doctrine, whatever the case may be. These groups have worked extremely hard to hold us in contempt to the doctrines that they have foisted upon us. Okay, so the way we're going to break out of that is we're going to expose ourselves, that's the whole point of what I'm doing here, expose ourselves to a different reality, and therefore a larger reality. And that's exactly what Cliff High's Walk Without Rhythm essay does. So I'm going to post this essay. Here it is. It reads from left to right. And if you want, you can just simply pause the video at each one of these slides, and you can take the time for yourself to read it. And what this is going to do is this is going to help you see the world from a different perspective than the one that you grew up in, than the one that was indoctrinated into you. And that's a good idea, because then you can relate to others who maybe have subscribed to this, and you don't ostracize and alienate yourself from everybody who knows these or believes these ideas that Cliff is expressing here to be true. What I would like to say, as we finish up this last slide, what I would like to say is, the theory that Cliff holds, and I'm going to talk about this here next, the theory that Cliff holds really substantiates and brings understanding to some of the major questions we have as a human culture, whether it be a religious or scientific consideration. Meaning, the theory that Cliff has answers to why we have a fused chromosome, to why...
Yeah, dude, agreed. Boring people get bored.
We are structurally
I got plenty of shit to do. It's the time that I don't have.
Fit for the gravitational pull of this planet. And it accounts and resolves this intermediary type of situation that we're living in, meaning that we have this layer of people, of institutions and groups of people who have been ruling over the planet for a very long time and holding us as a human society in developmental contempt. And so his accounting of our history really welcomes and integrates and coalesces well with this philosophy that really Watchers did come down, that really there was an intermingling and genetic shift and change of human beings, that the planet really was bombarded with all types of natural.
I'll look into him and yeah, I'll check him out. But he goes on smaller YouTube channels all the time. Okay, cool.
Disaster that completely shifted not only the atmosphere of the planet, but the history of those that inhabited the planet. And so we're going to talk about all of those issues today as we begin to search out and find out not only our history, but these groups of people, these families that have been ruling over us. I do believe we are edging closer to our real origin story, and Substack essays like those from
We are edging, for sure.
Cliff High cause me to think it's closer than we realize. Like the universe, we are an organism in development, and our complexifying history is simply the path we have taken to become aware of ourselves. We chose a more difficult path than the universal average due to the compromised condition foisted upon us by horrific outside forces. Nothing that cannot be outdone, but the undoing will be costly. No pain, no gain. And again, this reflects what I said earlier. Everything that you learn in life that really matters.
I'll translate for Bunny. Carrera wa tada no kiseichu da.
彼らはただの寄生虫だ。
Carrera wa tada no kiseichu da.
彼らはただの寄生虫だ。彼らはただの寄生虫だ。彼らはただの寄生虫だ。
They are just parasites. What but? What but? What do you want? What do you want? He won't stop rubbing on me. He never wants to be around his plop.
That has an influence that really changes you as an individual is costly. It requires a painful endeavor, enduring and working through and coming out the other side of some type of painful event, and typically many, many painful events. And often, the more painful events you endure and survive, the richer of an individual you become, the richer your character, the richer your perseverance, the richer and more deeply you see yourself and the world. And this is because nature doesn't hand itself to you. The true aspects and true measures of nature come through extremely difficult paths because they're hard to integrate. Because nature is so enormous, so overwhelmingly huge, that to begin to grasp just what we are, what you are as an individual, and the world that we live in, it takes everything that you have. And that's why you must empty yourself. You go through the process of what in the West is called kenosis, which is to self-empty. And by emptying of yourself, you no longer are self-consumed. One of the real
talking about pooping
tragedies of locking into one belief system is you become naturally self-consumed, because the only belief system that you'll subscribe to is the one that has consumed you. And so you live a life of self-consumption because you can't learn anything else. Your mind is already full. And so that's why that Eastern philosophy, which is...
He's talking about getting a bidet, boys. Stop being Neanderthals.
To know anything, I must lose everything. That's just the Western way of kenosis, of what is called kenosis. It was called calcination in Gnosticism and alchemy. And this was the burning away of the assumptions of one's mind, the burning away of what you know as fact. And by burning away those aspects of your mind, you then actually can learn something. You then actually can learn something past what you have assumed to know.
70% of the population lives in a consensus state, which is basically a herd mentality. So these are the literal NPCs of the world. So they don't form independent thought. When they want to know what their opinions are on certain topics, they just look to the external world.
Skitter.
So these kinds of people will tend to get the most offended when you present them certain views that go outside of their paradigm, because their beliefs actually represent unconscious security needs. So they unconsciously gain security in trusting the mainstream media, celebrities, the experts, the government. They basically can't really think for themselves, so they seek security in outsourcing their opinions to the outer world. And moving from this consensus herd mentality to the next stage, which is an individuated state, is actually often a traumatic process, because instead of trusting the external world like you always have, the government, the authorities, you actually have to learn how to trust self as an inner guidance system instead. And in order to do that, you
bidets are psyops from Big Poop.
You have to decondition and undo a lot of what you thought was true about yourself and the world in the process.
There's no way a Manhattan skyscraper can flush all that poop in one drain. Pooped in 9/11.
So this is a really alienating and lonely process by design, because in order to discover who you are, you actually have to separate from the herd to begin with. And the thing is, you can't actually force people out of this state. It has to come from an inner calling. So it has to come from them realizing that there is something different inside of them that can't be explained by the experts, science, celebrities, government.
Yeah, yoga on Saturday. Yoga Saturday for sure.
And in my view, it really takes a certain ripeness of the soul to even want to go down that path, because it's not easy. Most people will actually refuse the call of their individuation again and again and again because their unconscious security needs.
I'll try and cook up a like vinyasa flow. We'll do something. I'll try. I think it'll be fun.
To stay in the unknown, the known rather, of the consensus is so strong. So you don't want to like hate them for that. It's actually a necessary.
No stream Sunday though. So stream, yoga stream Saturday, and then Monday stream.
Stage in their own soul's development. And this is why trying to wake up family, friends, and others in general is almost always a failed project. And really, how I feel about it, the best thing you can do in these times is focus on your own soul evolution and find something unique about you that you can bring back to the world. And the reason why I'm saying that is because it is the most highly individuated and spiritualized people who actually create the next consensus. And they don't do this by forcefully trying to wake up the people who are asleep. They do this by bringing back their true essence, their true nature, and their soul gifts back to the consensus, where they can uplift, inspire, and show people there's a different way to be.
Cliff has a pretty far-out theory about the origin of humans, which I won't detail, but it involves aliens from a distant galaxy seeding Earth with adult breeding pairs of humans long before written history, some 200,000 to 300,000 years ago. Those were the
It's kind of like mushrooms.
first untainted versions of humans. We were left to develop on our own in the garden that is the Earth. This begins to open up questions about Earth's history, and in order to know Earth's history, you're going to have to open up to ideas that are maybe outside the normal bounds that you've accepted. As part of our origin scenario, Cliff suggests the idea of an evil alien species called the Elohim, who came or fell here and manipulated our DNA through interbreeding and genetic manipulation. Enoch called them the Watchers. Now, one thing to mention here, and this is key, they came or fell here and manipulated our DNA through interbreeding and genetic manipulation. Now remember, this would have been then, according to this theory, this would have been the second intervention by an alien force. The first one being our original creation, and I'm following this narrative. The first one being our original creation, and then there being a fall that changed our genetics, and then there's a second quote-unquote creation that happens after the cataclysm, after this massive shift that happened to us and to the planet. And so this narrative really follows well even the scriptural idea that there was an original creation of human beings and then a second creation of human beings. So this common thread you're beginning to see in pattern you see in our history is that there was an original form of human beings that was directly from the work of an alien species, and then there was a parasite that came in and manipulated us at the genetic level, shortened our lives, lowered our brain capacity, and psychologically devalued us as individuals, meaning our mind, constricted our minds. And this points to the Elohim are essentially a demonoid species from another dimension who have defiled nature God by manipulating our DNA. And see this point. Constricted our minds. And this points to the Elohim are essentially a demon.
Mr. Bunny's theme song. Yeah, dude. Zion, I'm convinced too that Alien and Prometheus and shit, and Alien Earth, they're all just telling stories about our past. Yeah, for sure. We're probably from mushrooms, but then we definitely have had our shit tweaked for sure, right?
I got your picture of me and you. You wrote I love you. I love you too. I see the charade, there's nothing else to do. Oh, it's in color. Your hair is brown. Your eyes are hazel. And something's picture. I got your picture. I'd like a million of you around myself. I want a doctor to take a picture.
Almost time to never, ever, ever forget.
You got me turning up and turning down. I'm turning in, I'm turning right, I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
Dude, this song still fucking bang. I doubt the lyrics. I'm scared to look at the lyrics. We're gonna not look at them. Get freaking ready to never forget.
I got your picture. I'd like a million of them around myself. I want a doctor to take a picture so I can look at you from inside as well. You got me turning up, I'm turning down, I'm turning in, I'm turning right, I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
1 minute warning.
Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
We're gonna light up longer in a second. Here we freaking go, boys.
No sex, no drugs, no wine, no women, no fun, no sin, no you, no wonder it's dark. Everyone around me is a total stranger. Everyone avoids me like a cyclone ranger. Everyone.
Yeah.
That's why I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
I'm not sure what that has to do with it, but agreed.
I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
Never forget, boys. Never ever forget. It's 9/11. No, we're never gonna forget. Wait, turning Japanese means jerking off? No way. I only know this song from Guitar Hero Rocks the 80s for PS2. That's awesome. Oh, God. Does everyone like or hate Conor O'Malley? Gotta know.
Points to what I like to call, and what I'll get into here, this points to what I like to call the original sin. And this was the original, in my argument, this was the original blasphemy of nature against God. The Elohim demons came here long ago to manipulate our DNA and enslave us by compromising our practical awareness, our mind, while keeping our God awareness coding, our spiritual sense, intact. DNA carries the coding to develop the material biology that allows for a sense of a larger reality than the material landscape. Altering our DNA disempowered our development while not compromising our etheric sensitivity, creative force. They dumbed us down. They lowered the capacity of our brain down to, just 5-6%. They shortened our life. We were living probably about 1,000 years. So how much wisdom can you acquire in, say, 80, 90 years in comparison to how much you could acquire in, say, 900 to 1,200 years? You see, you'd be so incredibly wise by the end of your life, no one would be able to con or convince you of anything that's false, because you will have enough wisdom from the road to know the shit from Shinola. And so that etheric sensitivity is the key to all that.
Etheric body, a layer of the human atmosphere, aura, in immediate contact with the physical body to both sustain it and connect it with higher energies, vibrations, and frequencies. I have seen this body atmosphere with my own eyes when in a near-death state during my cancer battle. It is real. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, God, hold on.
And so even though we were dumbed down biologically, we spiritually remain sensitive, and that is by design. That is, they purposely did that because these creatures eat God. And the reason why they prey upon us is to get access to this love and compassion energy that they cannot.
Shojiki jimaku nashi de nihongo de anime ga mitaka and desu ami.
正直、字幕なしで日本語でアニメが見たかったんです。
To be honest, I wanted to watch anime in Japanese without subtitles, lol.
Fuck yeah, dude. So wait, you can watch anime without subtitles? Did you just teach yourself, or did you just teach yourself by watching anime? Damn, dude, that's cool.
Access. We are the intermediaries, meaning we allow them access to a form of God they cannot access on their own. And that is why we were farmed. That is why the children are tortured. The innocence is stolen from children, and all of this whole idea of downgrading the human being. This is so that they can continue to consume that innocence. We give them access to God because as pure evil, they cannot access love. And so they access that love through the consumption of children, through the consumption of the blood that is love that flows through us. You see? The Elohim were actually the ones who committed the original sin, and I mentioned this earlier. They committed the original sin. They blasphemed nature by altering our DNA. They altered the image of God by manipulating the DNA of an authentic being in development. This is a defilement of nature, God, the universe. Your DNA is your biological image of nature, God. And to manipulate this is to manipulate the work of the creative force.
DNA is just an abbreviation for a much longer name, deoxyribonucleic acid. That's what DNA stands for. Now, deoxy, see, that's a Latin root. If you trace its meaning, it means God. So deoxyribo. In the Semitic languages, ribo is the same as rabbi. Or in Arabic, we say rab. It means the master, the Lord. So here we have deoxyribo, God, Lord, and master, nucleic acid. Nucleic means at the center, and acid is like chemical fire. So deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. What does it mean? God, Lord, and master. The fire at the center of my being.
Nature is the creative force or God manifesting, incarnating, transmogrifying into material matter. To coerce the creative force genetically is to blaspheme the work of God. If I'm an abuser and I want to hold my victim in contempt and I want them to remain my victim, I blame them for the abuses that I put upon them. So I tell them it's their fault if I'm the abuser. I tell the victim, my victim, I tell them that it's their fault that they're being punished because they did something bad. And so they deserve the punishment that they're getting. And eventually the victim will believe it. They'll believe that they deserve to be abused. And in this same way, this is what's happened. We have been blamed for separating from God, whereas they were the ones who did the original manipulation. And so they, meaning the Elohim, are projecting their crime, their sin, their evil upon us, just like an abuser projects their own evil upon the victim.
When you understand this one thing, you will understand everything about this reality that we live in called the Matrix, including our governments and the way society functions. And this one thing is summed up in 2 words: victim consciousness. The government and all of the ruling elite need you to believe that you are a victim. Now, you can deep dive down the rabbit hole of your consciousness and contemplation and philosophy and all of the other things and begin to understand this is at the core of all religions and all governments. It's why they removed God from us and made God separate to us, something outside of you, something outside of me. Because if it was outside of us, they could then control how we access it. And if they can control how they access it, aka God, aka through priests, through religions, through the Bibles. Back in the day, you had to speak Latin to be able to even read the Bible, right? It couldn't be printed in English because they were gatekeeping access to God. Why? Because when you understand that you can access God in one place and only one place, and that is within you, through your own heart, through your own portal in here, through your own consciousness, through your own connection, and you begin to understand that there is no separation between you and God, you begin to understand that you are divine. When you begin to understand that you are divine, you begin to understand that you are not a victim, that nobody can control you, that your rights that constitutions give you are fucking unalienable. They are God-given. They are divine. They are because you are. Their whole system of class, of hierarchy, is based on one thing. It's based on you believing and seeing yourself as a victim that needs someone to govern you. You need someone to save you. You need someone to figure it out for you. You need someone to whatever, right? This is the whole fucking welfare state, you guys. If you start to pick at this thread, you will begin to unravel the entire fabric of this quote unquote reality that we live in.
You see, it's a deception. And so all of Western religion was built on this idea, was built on this idea that you're guilty at birth, was built on this idea that simply because you're born from people that thought for themselves, you also are tainted. You see, and so this is how you carry this prostrated spirituality over thousands of years within the human society. You have people that could develop past this idea, but you hold that society in contempt by making them think that they're guilty, by making them think that they're the reason why.
Yeah, baseline lower density programming. Victims need heroes, exactly.
They're separated from God. Whereas the truth of the matter is there is no such thing as separation. And even though we were genetically modified, there's still no separation from the creative force, from God, because we have love and compassion within us. Okay, so this is one of the ways, psychologically, we have been preyed upon by this group. How do you do that genetically? Well, Cliff High has an idea. Next slide. It was a simple fix. They burned out the second chromosome and fused the junction where it used to be with the non-activating codon. Thus, the order of processing of the gene sequence was changed, with third chromosome becoming number 2. The totality of chromosomes was reduced from 24 to 23. Look up here on the top right. Human chromosome 2 was formed by the head-to-head fusion of 2 ancestral chromosomes that remain separated in other primates, meaning it's not natural. This was done, and it's not going to happen again because it was done in the lab. What this is basically saying in science and biology is, look here. There's been a fusion that has happened in our chromosomes. If we look at the next slide, at the end of your chromosomes are telomeres, okay? And these are like a sealing edge for the tube that holds your DNA. Inside that chromosome is your DNA. You're the map that is you, the map that creates you. And so at the end of the tube are caps, so that the DNA strands that are inside the tube don't fray, come out, and spill out and are destroyed, okay? And so are metabolized. And so what you see here genetically is you see 2 heads that have been fused together. Look here on the left. Human chromosome number 2. What do you see? You see 2 telomere heads that have been fused together. Folks, that's laboratory work. That's not natural work happening in nature. That's laboratory manipulation.
Yakub. Fuck you, Yakub.
Genetic manipulation of our chromosome. That's what's happening there. You have something that has come in, my argument is that it's a species, has come in who are genetic geniuses, and they have bond.
You're making SpaghettiOs with hot sauce? And you're high as fuck right now? Gang, gang. Let's go. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner. I might get this Ethiopian place. Ooh, some injera.
These 2
all my homies hate Yakub.
telomeres, and what this shows you is, A, first of all, this wouldn't have happened. This doesn't happen in evolution. Okay, so that brings a huge question then to the evolutionary theory. And then this, if you were a god creating a human being or a being, you would never leave this kind of signature in your work. It would be like Chip Foose. You know who Chip Foose is? Chip Foose is a dude that restores old cars, makes absolutely beautiful hot rods out of old cars. So let's say like you're Chip Foose and you're restoring a 32 Ford. And so you've got awesome V8 engine in it, you paint it beautiful candy red, and it's just absolutely gorgeous, spotless over the whole thing. And then you leave a door dent with a little bit of rust on the driver's side door.
Who are you telling whose stomach's about to be boxing itself? Ethiopian or Mr. Bunny eating SpaghettiOs and hot sauce?
That's what this telomere head-to-head fusion is like. It's like if Chip Foose restored a car but left, as a mark on his signature, left a dent and rust on the driver's side door. Sure, the car's going to get A to B. Sure, it's going to be able to drive and go anywhere you need to go. But would Chip Foose have ever left that ding and rust in the door if he's restoring the whole car from tires to the roof? Never. He would never do that. And if you are a deity, a god, and you're creating a human being or a being, you would never, ever, ever do this. This is crude. This is crude biology. This is crude, forced biology. It's the signature of a psychopath. It's not the signature of a deity. So right there is evidence that something else is going on. There is a larger scheme at work that's being kept from you. So, and here's one of the great things about knowing who you are. By finding this out about yourself, you now know a perspective about yourself that you were unaware of before you started this video. And that's why it's valuable to you, because this is evidence you carry.
Ooh, some carrots in the pressure cooker, some pan-fried marinated chicken from Wegmans, rice in the rice cooker. Let's fucking go. Eternally bumping. You wanted to watch Morgue earlier? Or are you saying, is this Morgue?
You carry the evidence that you've been genetically manipulated. It is in your DNA. That is not the work of a divine God, and that is not the work of evolution. It's neither. Which points to an origin for us as human beings, which is different, very different than what you have become accustomed. This is one of the reasons why this changeover has taken so long. Because there are, and I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying there's a very real possibility of this, that if this is the case, how many people can handle that in society? How many people can roll with that reality and totally accept it? And a great example I give for that is, to be able to accept this situation is, doesn't really matter what your origin is. Doesn't really matter to your value. Are you less valuable because you find out this about your origin? Does that make you any less value? In the same way, if you have an orphan who doesn't know who their parents are, and you have a child who does know who their parents are, is either child more valuable than the other? Simply because one doesn't know who their parents are and one does that change their value at all? No, it doesn't at all. So this doesn't change your value. That's one of the ways you can accept and swallow this science. This doesn't change your value because you carry consciousness within you. You're a miracle. The fact that you come from a genetic manipulation doesn't change the fact that you're a miracle. Doesn't change the fact that you are a conscious, eternal being having a material experience in time.
That's what I'm saying, bro. And they got us out here working at fucking 7-Eleven. They got us out here fucking shopping. We're out here fucking shopping, bro. The fuck? We can build cathedrals with our brain, maybe. And we're out here fucking going to Starbucks.
You are a timeless being having an experience in time. Does it matter at all whatsoever that your history may contain some genetic manipulation? Does that devalue it all? So we genetically were modified. They took us, our perfect, probably multi-strand, like right now we have a double helix DNA. We have a 2-strand DNA that is held together.
Yo, that's fucking insane, Zion. Did it slap? Was it good? Zion said, my friend used to eat Chef Boyardee's with whipped cream cold straight from the can. Like spray whipped cream? Would he mix it in? I need more information. Maybe it's fire, who knows?
A crystalline structure.
I used to love those fucking beefaronis, dude.
With water and vibration. And the theory is that that used to be something like a 10-strand, 12-strand, 15-strand, maybe 30-strand DNA.
Lock him up.
This next slide. It was the original species of humans, these extraterrestrial Elohim demonoids manipulated to form us as we are today, a short-lived, DNA compromised, brain decapacitated species. This explains our only using 5 to 8.
Dude, yeah, the spray, and he'd just twist it up in the can. He'd just eat it straight from the can and put fucking spray whipped cream on top of it. Bro, that's insane. That's crazy. Like, regularly he would do this? Dude, that's so funny. That's insane. I kind of want to try it now. Dude, what if it's incredible? There's some of those weird combos that I've heard about. What's like... I'm trying to think of one. Let me know your weird combos that work. I'm
of
drawing
our
a
brain
blank, but I know there's a bunch that I would normally be able to think of.
capacity, why 95% or more of our DNA is considered useless junk, why our second chromosome is fused. We are getting to the origins of why things are the way that they are, which lead to how and who made things the way that they are. You see? Is this the great secret that cannot be divulged to anyone for fear society would collapse? Is this the answer to why our planet has been turned into a human farm?
I used to have a friend that would eat salt sandwiches. He is dead now. Not from the salt sandwiches, though. Dude, my dad, he would always just make himself fucking buttered noodles. That's it. I never got the taste for buttered noodles. But my dad fucking... I bet he had buttered noodles today.
Are the Elohim demons the parasitic species that has held human development in check for over 10,000 years? To wit, is the Khazarian Mafia the intermediating society used by the leader of the Elohim, Lucifer, to con and steer the world into eternal self-enslavement? It's beginning to look like that's the case. From what I have researched through the testimonies of satanic ritual abuse survivors, Jay Parker, Kathy O'Brien, banker Ronald Bernard, former satanic and Catholic priests Mark Passio and John Spong, autodidact Jordan Maxwell, survivors of intense CP, Kurth Barker, and the Hampstead children, women who were child breeders for sacrifice, Teresa from the 60 Minutes interview, I can show you if you want, I have discovered the following. I've discovered these things from studying the testimonies and hearing the testimonies of these people. The Amalekite, Khazarian, Luciferian, Masonic groups have anthropomorphized the Elohim into Lucifer, whom they worship as God. In exchange for raping and murdering children during ritual sacrifices, devotees to evil are given wealth, power, long life, prestige, and public notoriety.
Bro, this is fucking hitting. Yes. Who shared this? Papa and... What's your name? Peppa Androgalactica? Hell yeah, thank you for sharing this. Finally watching it. Everyone can stop telling me to watch this now. We're watching it, okay?
We've been marginalized with abuse bonds, pacified with false religions, coerced with harmful medicine.
This is Chuck Swindoll. I'm gonna subscribe. Ray, were you saying that you really like him? Yeah, I fuck with this guy so far. Until he throws out the some crazy ass theory that he's gonna make it, turn us off to him. But we'll see. Dude, potato chips on a bologna sandwich with Miracle Whip? Gang. Yes. Dude, and putting potato chips on any sandwich, right? That's not like weird, but that is the shit. Dude, Mr. Bunny, I kind of fuck with Miracle Whip and mayo. I kind of fuck with each for different things. Like, like whenever I would have a cold roast beef sandwich for my fucking, pot roast, it'd have to be Miracle Whip, bro. But also love normal mayo.
Mugged with permission.
I just don't like a lot. Like, if it's like galoopy amounts of mayo, that's too much. But decent amounts, fuck yeah. But like not the amount that like Stephen Miller would eat, He would like eat mayonnaise by like the spoonful. That kind of makes me want to gag thinking about it. But in a recreational amount and not a mayo head amount like Stephen Miller would. Fuck yeah, dude. And Miracle Whip. Pot roast is the shit, dude.
Usury and distracted with red herrings. The science, medical, judicial, political, religious, sport, and financial worlds are all direct and unmistakable testimonies to what Khazarians call Babylonian money magic. It dates back to Babylon, Amalek, and the bloodlines of Esau and the Canaanites. And here we're going to begin to get into the bloodlines directly. So looking real quickly at, again, the image from Dylan Monroe, look at the very top here, cult of Baal. What is the entire world set upon? Baal worship and human sacrifice.
Yes.
And from these two energies, Baal worship and human sacrifice, we get the...
Like, dude, this shit sucks. These people suck. I'm so over them. right? We're freaking done with their shit. I'm sick of this human sacrifice bullshit everywhere. It's annoying. We want to vibe. Why does everything gotta be the devil? Why does all of our art gotta be the devil? Why does everybody gotta be a fucking, you know, a Diddy-style predator? Why? What's up with that? Right?
Canaanites, the pharaohs, the kings of Babylon. That's the beginning. Okay, and so we're gonna go back to that origin here in a minute. But the entire world, what needs to be understood here, in my opinion, and the opinion of all these people that I've mentioned before in this other slide here.
Wait, Charity, how what all started from agriculture?
These are the groups that rule the world, and they come out of these human sacrificing, Baal worshipping groups, which are direct descendants of the Nephilim, the Watchers, the fallen angels, the group that genetically modified us. Through blood communion with Lucifer, hell-bent societies learned and honed mind-destroying techniques to disempower humanity. History, science, medicine, religion, and therefore the human race were twisted to the will and destiny of Lucifer and his devotees. And then I take a quote here from The Hidden History of the Incredibly Evil Khazarian Mafia, the essay I'm going to read at the end. The Khazarian Mafia used their vast...
Dude, every breakfast food can be mixed into a bite. Hell yeah. Biscuits and gravy. Fuck yeah, dude. My fucking biscuits and gravy are the most incredible shit ever. My Uncle Mike taught me how to make them, and they're fire.
Fortune to enter into a new system of banking based on secret Babylonian black magic, money magic, that they claim to have learned from the evil spirits of Baal in return for their many child sacrifices to him. So how was the world taken over? These groups formed a relationship, cultivated, fostered a relationship with evil, with pure evil. And that evil taught them, this is how you manipulate humankind. This is how you manipulate the money systems. This is how you manipulate religious systems. This is how you manipulate medical systems. You take these societies that rule humanity, put them in a...
To be fair, though, I really only just make the gravy. Because I normally just get fucking store-bought biscuits, you know. I'm not trying to be a fucking hero.
Authority. And then what...
I should learn how to make biscuits, though. I bet it's pretty easy, huh? Or I bet it's either easy or it's a pain in the fucking ass, right?
Whatever those authorities say is...
Feels like a pain in the ass, honestly.
What all of society follows. So if those authorities are corrupted, which they are, then all of society...
I know, dude. As soon as 9/11 happens, it just the stream just turns to food talk. We've been on a 3-day potato binge, and now we're talking about breakfast.
Becomes corrupted because the only medicine, history, science, religion that all of society knows is the ones that have been given to them, handed down to them by the leadership. And look,
fuck you, Zane. Zane's trying to watch the video. We're all daydreaming about hash browns and making a perfect bite, you know, like pancakes. What's your perfect bite, boys? Do you love corned beef hash? That shit fucks, right? Sorry, Zane.
Look at history.
I'll shut up.
Look at history. Look at what's in the center of this artwork. The Vatican. The Vatican. Rome never fell. See there on the left? It never fell. It combined with Judea to form the Roman Catholic Church. This is a power institution. And then out of that became the rulers of the world. Look, the Khazars, the Khazarian Mafia, the Knights Templar.
Yeah.
These are the rulers of the world. The Masons, the Jesuits.
Switzerland.
The Switzerland in 1291. That marks the beginning of the financial takeover of the world.
Dude, we've been saying. Let's go.
Black nobility. The nobility that you don't know and that you've never heard about. That's when they took over the world, right here, 1291. It's
straight back to food. Stop, Bunny.
This is self-organizing. What you see is evil self-organizing. The earth, nature, is a self-organizing institution, so to speak. So whatever energy is put into power, that energy will self-organize because nature doesn't have an opinion. It just simply foments what is being instigated, what is being encouraged, and it will simply follow that pattern because everything is frequency. And so these groups have simply developed a current, a pattern that all of the world has followed. And so all of
This guy's name is Chuck Swindoll Jr. Here, I'll share the thing.
The world is blinded by this pattern, is blinded by this resonant frequency, this evil that they have instigated. The intermediaries, Cain, Ham, Esau, the Amalekites, the Canaanites, the Babylonian kings, Byzantine rulers, Roman emperors, the Phoenicians, the Khazars, the Pope, the Black Pope, the Illuminati, Black Nobility, and the Order of the Black Snake. These are the people in societies who have held a continuing relationship with true evil since the Younger Dryas. If you don't know what the Younger Dryas is, I'm going to tell you here in a minute, but this slide is pointing back to this group. Here, look. See these groups above? You see, and this hidden nobility is what has been steering us. Those are the groups that I just listed them right there. And they have been the intermediaries for the world as we know it today. And this all began at the Younger Dryas. What is the Younger Dryas? The Younger Dryas was a massive cataclysm. The Younger Dryas cataclysm was a 3-mile wide white-hot meteor that struck the 7-mile thick Greenland ice sheet 13,000 years ago. Excuse me, it blew out a 19-mile wide crater that launched building-sized ice blocks into 8-minute flight trajectories. A 1,000-foot ripple wall of meltwater, ice chunks, trees, and rubble crushed and covered all of North America and Europe with 300 to 600 feet of Earth. In my opinion, this was an attack.
That's what I'm saying,
Here's the debris field. Here's the coverage field. Here's the crater on the left, you can see. And basically what you see in that field, the Younger Dryas debris field, this shows all of the world that was affected, that was covered over in massive amounts of Earth, and then also flooded because we had so much meltwater that formed from the cataclysm. It actually changed the atmosphere of the Earth. The Earth's atmosphere changed. If we look at this map here, what we see is the Earth as it is now, so meters below sea level. So water level is normal in this photo. This is from the NASA website. And then what we see is when the before the flood came, before the Younger Dryas, the Earth probably looked a lot more like this. Now look, the brown part is land, and you can see how the landmass right up there in Alaska and Siberia, look how it's connected. You see how look at England. The UK is basically no longer an island. You see this changed everything, and then everything you see in the west there. Look at the debris field. Everything in the west and all of North America, Mexico, all the way to South America was covered up in Earth. You've seen pictures of a buried planet that most likely was from that time, from the Younger Dryas, because it buried the Earth in so much land. It buried all the land in so much mass, and then the flooding, the Earth was flooded, and so you had a complete transformation that happened at the Younger Dryas. And what this did, if we look at the timeline here that I've made, what the Younger Dryas did is it mixed up all the history, so that it became very difficult to know what happened before the flood, because the flood, the Younger Dryas cataclysm, wiped out all that history. And quote unquote muddied it up, because it covered the Earth with hundreds of feet of mud. And this mud flood, we know for a fact, happened around 11,800 or so BC, right around there. It happened. We know it happened. And we know that it covered up human habitats and fortresses and so forth because they're buried and we're uncovering them. You can see, I mean, the pyramids at Giza are not the only pyramids on the planet. There are pyramids everywhere on this planet. They are all over the place. And
all over America, and they be hiding that shit, boys.
What this is pointing towards is a great cataclysm that stopped a development that was happening with
I was going to talk about food. We'll just bring it to the chat, though.
humanity on this planet. You see that it was infiltrated. A terrible event happened. Wiped out that culture. And then we were genetically manipulated. I came across a great slide from Cliff High that shows this. And if you look here at this slide, it shows it's a timeline that's following the vibrations of the galactic center. And as we go in and out of the plane of the galactic center, we increase and decrease our vibration as the planet goes up and down through the galactic plane. Cliff isn't a Flat Earth subscriber. Now, since the writing on this is really small and hard to read, I'll just summarize the key points of what it says. 43,000 BC. Pyramid civilizations founded. 11,500 BC, invasion of Earth by the Elohim, which was the Younger Dryas cataclysm, according to this chart. Antarctica was frozen. The Sahara and Gobi deserts were created. Global coastal island civilizations flooded. 4,791 BC, Elohim capture Yemeni tribes. 2,700 BC, Elohim capture Mesoamericans and establish human colonies from central North America through all of South America. 2004 BC, Babylon founded based on money magic schemes taught by the Elohim, and AD 100, Khazarian mafia empire formally begins. What the evidence is showing us and what we're pulling out of the ground is showing us is that actually we go far beyond the 10,000 BC startup of pre-ancient Egypt. Now, around 10,000 BC, to follow this real quickly, around 10,000 BC is the development of agriculture. What I found when I was doing all this research was that there was great disagreement among PhDs as to when the West began to develop, as to how and what the West came out of. But really, this is the beginning of human beings after the cataclysm, after the flood, when all of human beings were wiped out. And then we were genetically manipulated, taught agriculture, witchcraft, and all these things from the Watchers, and then from that we then begin to develop the dominator cultures.
Wait, is this what you were talking about, that all this shit started with agriculture? Them teaching us agriculture instead of us just eating the shit that's around? Is that what you mean? Yeah.
That come out of Sumer. This is why the West was dominator-oriented, was because it was already infiltrated by the Nephilim. And this is where I'm going to get great disagreement from a lot of folks, but when Cain, after Cain killed Abel, supposedly in the mythos of Eden, he went to a city called Nod that was fully, I mean, it was running. It was an entire society of people.
Dude, a Knitwitch potluck, I bet, would bang. What is one dish that everyone would bring to the Knitwitch potluck?
And supposedly, Adam and Eve and their kids, Cain and Abel and Seth, this was the beginning of all human beings. And so there's a huge problem in the biblical accounting in that, where did all these people in Nod come from? But yet that fits really nicely into the mythos of that human beings were already thriving long before the flood. And there were definitely groups of people, cities of people, organizations of people that outside of this Noah and Adam and Eve mythos. And you begin to see the tie-in between these two non-cohesive ideas of human origin. And the Great Flood is the reason why there's that disagreement, passionate disagreement with people in the 6,000 BC beginnings of human beings and the 250,000 BC beginnings of human beings. And these two groups are as non-interchangeable as the flat earthers and spherical earthers. You're not going to get either of these groups to give in to the other. And so we're simply going to have to wait and find out what the truth is as it comes out over the next few years. And so if we look at the bloodline here of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, their kids, their sons, there's great discrepancy as to the order of birth of those kids, even among PhDs. I heard strong arguments that Japheth was second. I heard strong arguments that Ham was second. I even heard arguments that Japheth was first and Shem was second. So there's all kinds of discrepancy, and the reason for that is, again, the flood. The flood marked up and marred up all this history. So we see there's two Lamechs, there's two Nemahs, there's two Enochs. Enoch obviously wrote the book of Enoch, and Enoch talks about the Watchers. We see Noah is born in 2600 BC, Abraham in 2000 BC, Esau, Eliphaz are all in the 1800s. This is the development of the Levant. And to give you an idea where on the map the Levant is, it is here, right north of Egypt, just south of Turkey, modern day.
Dirt pudding.
Ancient Egypt and modern, or ancient Anatolia and Mesopotamia. This is where the Levant was. If we look at this little map here,
Greater Israel. That's what they're doing with Greater Israel, right?
in Khazaria, we see the Levant right there at the Mediterranean Sea, and we see the Khazaria developing between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea.
Goofs.
We know genetically we have DNA that shows the Canaanites, the Canaanite bloodlines live on in modern Arabs and Jews, and the ones that had the most Canaanite blood was up here in Khazaria. The Canaanites moved out of the Levant area and slowly migrated. The evil ones slowly migrated up north of the Caucasus Mountains.
The evil ones.
Between the Black Sea and Caspian Sea, and joined into the Khazarians. That's where the ancient bloodline.
Well, why? What was up there? Or was that because of the flood?
Is. Now, looking at the family lineage, and what we find is the bloodline of Ham was sort of the dark bloodline of Noah. Ham is basically the grandfather of the Canaanites, and then we also see...
Dude, he's talking about Ham. I don't really fuck with Ham, though, so I'm okay there.
Which is really interesting.
But it does make me think of Thanksgiving.
In Shem's bloodline, Jacob and Esau. As you know, Jacob was second-born, and Esau was firstborn. Esau was a hairy, red-colored individual. And these two, Esau and Jacob, were fighting interminably inside the womb. And when they came out, Esau was first, and hanging onto his heel was Jacob. Must have been quite a birth, incredibly painful. And what we see eventually is that deception, because eventually Jacob deceived his father so that he could get the inheritance that was owed to Esau. And this great deception is what formed the rift between the Canaanites and the Israelites. And we see off of the bloodline of Esau, we have Eliphaz. Eliphaz had sexual relations with Timnah, who was a concubine, which gave birth to Amalek. We know for a fact that the Khazarian mafia bloodlines go back to the Amalekites because many of the people who testified that were involved in CP and satanic ritual abuse claim that their abusers said that they were from the bloodline of Amalek and the Amalekites, which ties them directly into the Canaanites, which ties them into the Khazarian mafia. Now, something that everyone needs to understand very clearly. The Khazarian mafia is a group of bloodlines. It is not a singular bloodline. There are a few very powerful bloodlines within this group, but the vast majority of the Khazarian mafia are people who have grouped together with the same usurpative ideas of human existence, these same ideas of rulership over all humanity, and these same ideas of we are going to be and remain in power, and everyone else is simply the cattle that we feed off of and control. Okay, that group is called the Khazarian mafia, and it all comes out of this genealogy from Noah and from Ham and from the ancient bloodlines of the Nephilim, the fallen angels. The story of that is you had these watchers, these multidimensional beings that quote unquote fell or came to earth. They then manipulated genetically the human race. They changed our coding, dumbed us down and so forth. I talked about all of it already. They came here and did all that. And they eventually left, they eventually didn't stay, and left this technology, this human rulership technology in the hands of the Nephilim, these giant human beings that came out of their copulating with women. And that became the script that the Khazarian mafia would
Fucking nice, bro.
follow. And through their convening, their continuing convening with the devil, with Lucifer, Baal, Molech, their continuing convening with that higher force, they then use that evil force to rule and take over the planet. Now, the Khazarian mafia is not composed of a single bloodline, but a family of bloodlines that trace back to the Canaanites. The Canaanites come out of the bloodline of Esau. Esau fathered the chiefs of Edom, who became the Canaanites, eternal haters of the Israelites, who were the bloodline of Jacob, the deceiver. The Canaanites, like any mafia, were a society of people from many families, not one family alone. There certainly is royalty and hierarchy within the society, but they all bow to the same evil god. This is reiterating what I talked about just a moment ago with the Canaanites, and the Canaanites carrying the bloodline of the Khazarian mafia, the bloodline of the Nephilim, which is the bloodline of the Watchers. Noah's first son was Shem, and he claimed to be the father of all Semites. Japheth was Noah's second son, and was the grandfather of Ashkenaz. Ashkenaz's son was Khazar, a patriarch of the Khazarian kingdom. Ham was Noah's last son. Ham means hot, warm, or sunburnt. I think that points to red skin and Esau. I think that's the same genetic. I think that genetic that comes out of Ham and that genetic that comes out of Shem was found in this red bloodline. And that formed Edom, which then moved up and became the Khazarian nation on our map. Ham had 4 sons, Cush, Mizraim, and Canaan. Mizraim is the grandfather of the Philistines, and Canaan, the grandfather of the...
Yeah, dude, how were regular-sized women able to birth giants? Or were they born regular and grew giant size? That's what I was thinking. I know, right? Very interesting.
Canaanites. Esau, the son of Isaac, who was the son of Abraham, was the founder of Edom, which means red, and the Edomites, who were long haters of the Hebrews, Jacob's lineage. It was from this group, the Edomites, that begat Herod the Great, the same Roman Jewish Herod that tried to kill infant Jesus.
Yeah, we're going to have to ban food talk after 9/11. We might have to ban 9/11 at some point. I don't know.
And whose son lopped off the head of John the Baptist.
I usually don't eat anything all day, too. So that definitely contributes to it. I don't eat till after stream, usually. So by almost 10 o'clock, I'd be thinking about Thanksgiving sides, you know? Just daydreaming. Every Thanksgiving side rules.
Here you can see that right in the Roman Empire, here we can see it. We can see the Khazarian mafia at work. Canaan, the grandson of Noah, settled in the Levant and founded the Canaanites. Canaan's grandson was Nimrod, the king of Babel. He built the Tower of Babel and the city of Nineveh. The line of Ham eventually became the Philistines in 1170 BC, the greatest enemy of the lineage of Jacob, harking all the way back to the stolen birthright of Isaac, something that I want to mention here. Isn't it interesting that the nation of Israel was born out of deception? Because Jacob didn't deserve the birthright of Esau. He got it because he deceived. He deceived his father and he deceived his brother. That anger and hatred in Esau passed down into his sons, grandsons, great-grandsons, Amalek being one of them. And they carried that hatred because the land, the inheritance, was to be theirs. It had been stolen by...
Dude, yeah, I hope all of the frickin' giants and the Nephilim and shit had dainty little cherub dicks like in the statues. Yeah. They were gentle lovers. That's what scared all these fucking these, Vatican cucks. Again, they got mad because they're a bunch of incels. All of the whammon wanted to fuck the Nephilim and shit because, I don't know, maybe they were smooth lovers. Maybe the men were a bunch of fucking incel podcasters. You know what I mean? This seems like something they would do, right? This is like a total incel thing. Yeah. That's why they killed all the Nephilim. It's because they were gentle lovers.
Their father's brother, you see, and that, even though the Bible says they made up, trust me, that lost inheritance, that lost power, the lost land, everything that was lost because of that deception, fed the anger and hate.
Yeah, the Nephilim had corkscrew penises like ducks. My dad always said, it's not the size, it's how you wiggle the worm. That's what I heard.
That fueled the Canaanites. It all goes back to that deception, and I just find it very interesting that all the nation of Israel, supposedly the nation after God's heart, was born of deception, is a nation that's there because of a huge deceit that took place in its history. The Amalekite nation is from the bloodline of Esau. Esau's son Eliphaz, ancestor of the Edomites, and his concubine Timnah were the parents of Amalek. Amalek founded the Amalekites, drinkers of blood. Timnah was a Horite, a Canaanite, and sex mistress, and so made Amalek an illegitimate child by Hebrew tradition. The Amalekites were Canaanites, and they were descendants of Ham. Amalek carried great disdain and hatred for the descendants of Jacob, the Israelites, because Jacob deceived his great-grandfather Isaac and stole the birthright that would have been his grandfather's, Esau. This was the hatred that forged the Amalekite nation and drove them against the bloodline of Jacob, the Israelites. The Amalekites were renowned sorcerers and used witchcraft and blood sacrifice to drive their sick way of life. They were known to...
Bro, this literally sounds like the Kardashians. This is the Kardashian bloodline, right?
Shapeshift and take forms of animals to escape capture. This notion may have come out of their vast knowledge of the plant kingdom and how to use hallucinogenic plant substances to fool an enemy. This is interesting, in that information came out of a scholar of the Amalekites, and what's really interesting is it ties directly into this whole idea of nature and hallucinogenic plant substances being used against people. We know that Esau was a man of the field and a cultivator of the land, and within the kingdom of the kingdom of phyla of plants, there are hallucinogenic properties, there are hallucinogenic chemicals. And this group supposedly became a master of understanding how to use hallucinogenic plant medicines to manipulate and harm people. So just like sugar can be made to make something taste very sweet, well, sugar is also a highly addictive drug. You see, same thing with caffeine. It can give you all kinds of energy, but it's also highly addictive. And so in the same way, hallucinogenic plants can be really helpful to a person's psychology in breaking through old thoughts that are hard to get out of your mind and assumptions, right? They're very good at that, but then they can also be used in an adulterous...
I would die if my dad ever said that to me. Yeah, my dad has full of things. One of my favorites is to anything that he doesn't want to do, or like, you're like, Dad, can we go to Target? That's something my sisters will say. He'd be like, who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket? Or if he's, when you like turn into oncoming traffic to like turn left, so the oncoming traffic's coming at your passenger door, sometimes he would like cut in front of traffic, like kind of close, and then literally as he's doing it, whisper, "It doesn't matter, it's just your side."
way. They could be used to harm.
Oh, dads.
harm someone greatly. And it's thought that the Amalekites really fostered this. They really worked on and developed an understanding of how to use plants to manipulate other people, and so to get their will. And so what I heard was this incredible story, moving into Khazaria now. The Amalekites moved up from the Levant, they're next to the Mediterranean Sea, up north into Khazaria. And so there is, within this nation of people, this real strong understanding of plant herbs and how to use them to your advantage. And this then was carried out in a story that Cliff High described, which actually got me going on this essay originally. And the reason why it did was because it tied directly to another story that was the same story that I found in a book that's unrelated to Cliff, this book here, Cannibalism, Blood Drinking, and High Adept Satanism. Kurth told a story in his book that he wrote quite a while ago.
I know where all these blood drinking weirdos are, dude. Right here. Look at this freakazoid. Let's bring these over here too. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah! Dude, there's so many good memes here, right? Gotta go to meme school. I totally even forgot why I came over here. It doesn't matter. I'm just thinking about Thanksgiving dinner now.
That matched the exact behavior of the Khazarians that Cliff High described in his story. And I knew there was no way that these stories were unrelated because they were so sick. They were so disgusting and morbid that I knew there's no way that could have been brought up by these two different societies to be the exact same way that they operate. So it opened a door for me. It opened a door for me as far as understanding the Khazarian mafia by hearing the story, because it not only told me how terrible, how horrible they are, but
the giants could have been women with earthly men. Can you imagine, dude? Nice.
Their actual actions, which match to the human trafficking stories I've been getting out of the tunnels that are being captured right now in our modern society today. And so it all just brought it together for me. But I'll tell you, the story is that Kurth, from this book, Kurth described in his youth, he was in the CP world. He had been thrust into that world through his uncle, who was tied to a high-ranking official in the Khazarian mafia. And Kurth was just a young boy, 5 or 6 years old, and was being raised by Christian parents who were totally unaware of this other world society that their son was being manipulated and used in right under their watch. They were completely aware because this group so early captures the mind of their abused. So Kurth, as a child, never communicated to his parents that he was being used in ritual abuse settings for Satanism. And so he grew up in this incredibly bipolar world where on one side he's going to church and he's being taught in the ways of Western religion, and then literally during the week and at other weekends, whatever, when his parents aren't around, his uncle is taking him to these child sacrifice rituals and these insanely disgusting rituals that these people take part in. Okay, so there were two stories that struck me. Okay, so just make sure there are no kids around. He, as a child, was put into the CP world as an infant. He was taken as an infant before he even spoke. I mean, this is when he was literally an infant, just a few months old. Kurth was taken into these ritualistic settings and abused. And during that time, I'm really sorry to tell this story, during that time, photographs were taken of these situations. So the photographs that were taken, this is old school, this is back in the 70s and 60s when there wasn't any digital photography. So
this is me. I'm sorry to tell this story that I'm going to forget about what I'm talking about halfway through.
This is hard film that the stuff is on. And so these sick people would have collections, photographs of of children who were in the midst of being raped and tortured and murdered by these people. He, Kurth, was in one of the pictures that was highly sought after by these collectors of CP. And so in one of the occasions, he was taken by his uncle with this high-ranking official in the Khazarian mafia to the home of a couple that were collectors of CP. They wanted...
Dude, like, is the whole point for doing the CP? Is the CP a means to an end to become the most evil? Like, is that how it works? It's just like their dumb little god Moloch, who's kind of in charge. He pays out to he like helps the most fucked up assholes succeed. So they do fucked up shit, like their own children. CP, like child corn, or like, you know, being a pedophile. What is wrong with these people? What's it all for?
Him because they wanted him to autograph. They wanted Kurth to autograph a photo of when he was in some type of ritual, and there was a black demon form shadow that was coming out from the wall with its hands open to receive Kurth, and a photograph was taken at that moment. And these sick people wanted Kurth to autograph the photo so that the photo would then become more valuable and they would be able to sell it for a higher price. This is the world. Okay. While he was there, this is unbelievable. While Kurth was there at their house, this couple described to him as a child what they did for food. And in the midst of this meal that they were eating, and this was a sick couple, they described how they would find people down by the beach. This was in Southern California. They would find homeless families down at the beach. And they would tell them, hey, we've got a nice home in the hills. We care about you. We really want to help you. We know that you're really destitute. We're going to help you find a job. And we've been watching you guys for a while now, and we think you would be perfect. And so we'd love to take you to our house. We'll give you a meal, and we'll feed your kids, and we're going to get you a job. We're going to get you guys back on your feet. Okay. So this sick couple, this Khazarian couple, would then get this family to hop in the van, and they would take them up to the hills where they lived in Southern California. And when they got them to the house, they then would act like they're going to be all friendly and all this stuff. And then they would
drink their blood,
capture them one at a time and take them into a room and tie them to the wall. And it would be a father, a mother, and then however many kids they have. And please, no kids should be around, okay? This is unbelievable. They would torture the father in front of the mom and the kids, and then they would kill him. And then they would torture the mother in front of the kids while the dad's dead. And they then would begin to peel their skin off and begin to eat the meat raw in front of the kids. And then they would torture the kids and eat the kids.
Oh, I'm so tired.
The meat that they had at the meal they were eating.
Oh, I'm so exhausted of this fucking shit, dude. The day that we don't have to think or talk about this shit anymore can't come soon enough. What is wrong with these people? Generational trauma. Occult bloodlines passing down bullshit for generations and eons. The ending part here is taking a not dessert type of turn.
There with Kurth was meat they had frozen from their harvesting. And the reason they did that was because it made the meat sweeter. It made the meat taste better. It was full of adrenaline. It was a drug. They would drain the blood from the kids and drink that blood. And this story...
Someone better think of a good, short dessert snack. Don't make me pull out Burt Crunchler.
Completely matched, almost word for word, the story that Cliff High then told months later as I was researching this stuff. and this gets us to 100 AD and how the Khazarian nation grew. The way the Khazarian nation became the powerhouse that it became in history was because they took over the trade routes that came out of China. If you look at this map here, this is from 100 AD. This is about when it started. You have the Eastern Han Dynasty, and you have...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Connor O'Malley. I got one queued up. Endorphin Port. Yeah, we're going to watch some Connor O'Malley. Fuck yeah. I don't care if anyone else doesn't like it. As long as Possum likes Connor, we're good.
Kush Empire and these empires in India that are spiced. And then you have the Chinese who are developing all kinds of silks and fabrics.
Isn't 144.12? I did that without math, right?
So you have caravans
without a calculator
of families that will make all these spices and fabrics and so forth, and they'll load all their goods that they've been making for a few years onto their carts. And then they would begin this long journey from China all the way to Western Europe. Yes, all the way to Spain and the UK, or what became the UK. These Western empires just north of the Mediterranean. And to get there, though, look how you would have to travel directly over the Caspian and Black Sea.
I could never see Bert again in my life and be so happy. Dude, come on. Bert's not that bad. We got to check in on Bert every now and again. Honestly, I want Bert to get better. I watch him and check in on him because I want him to change. I want him to realize how much of a fucking idiot he is and do better and stop talking about wanting to fuck his daughter or whatever he said. Remember when he was like, my daughter's not even hot. Yo! We're talking about Bert Kreischer. We usually watch Bert Kreischer videos sometimes. We used to, probably like a month ago, a little bit more. We've kind of fallen off of the Bert Crunchler. Honestly, it's getting sad. I thought he would make a turn, but I don't think he's ever going to hit rock bottom. I think his life is rock bottom forever.
As these families were traveling from China and India and passing through this area of Khazaria, the Khazarian people, like a family, would find a traveling group and say, hey, we know you guys are really tired. You've been traveling for thousands of miles. We live here in this area, and we're happy to put you up for just a few dollars. We'll set you up. We'll get you a nice meal tonight, a good place to bed to sleep in. You'll feel a lot better in a couple days, and you can be on your way. And we're happy to do this. It's just part of our helping and being neighborly. Okay, so the group, the family, would believe them, and they would follow them to their place, and that night they would make them a big meal. The Khazarians would make them a big meal, and they'd get them nice and full, and they would also they would get them drunk, and they would lace their food with plant hallucinogens because they had learned that technology, right? And so they would get these people in a mind state whereby they would tell their whole life story. They would tell where they're from. They would tell all the merchants that they deal with in China, all the family and everything about them, all the names, ages, and all that good stuff. And then after a night or two, they then would tie up all the family. And then the Khazarians would then torture them in front of the kids. They would first torture the father, and then they would torture the mother, and then they would torture the kids and kill them. And what they would do is they would carry out this same technology we now see happening of what they do to children.
Dude, yeah, that that David shit. I didn't really know about that guy. I think I saw him one time on like Hassan thing or something. But he's a musician apparently, right? Who was fucking, or he had like a 14-year-old around him, and this girl went missing, and they just found her in his fucking Tesla that was impounded by the LAPD or some shit. What the fuck is wrong with that? What is going on? I mean, what? What the fuck, dude? This is crazy. And then he has songs about her and stuff. Also, how... Yeah, he seems like he def did it. How did, like, no one... Where's the family? They didn't know that she was hanging out with him? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on there? Guess we're gonna have to wait for the fucking Netflix.
Draw adrenaline out of them and to draw hallucinogenic properties out of their blood. And that's by convincing the child or convincing the victim that they're going to die.
She was 14 and hanging out with this guy? How old was he? He has her name tattooed on his finger? What the fuck, bro? It's always pedos, dude. They're all fucking pedos. Her parents might have endorsed it. He dropped a song called Romantic Homicide that released on her birthday. Romantic Homicide? That's crazy, bro. I remember my girlfriend put on his biggest song where he says, "In the back of my mind, you died," back when it was trending. What the fuck are you talking? Is that the song about her? He says that? They started dating when she was 11? What the fuck? Or let CPS steal the kid and then she was in foster care. Oh, she ran away. Dude, these people, oh my god. Yeah, oh brother, I agree. Black Deathicus, what the fuck is burnt spaghetti? Gotta know. Ran away, and what CPS noted in the file. The song released way before the murder, though? Oh, okay. Hassan did a deep dive on it today. Here, wait up. I'll find a TikTok real quick. Who was talking about it? The surveillance cabal all hung out in the UK. Cool.
A body was found inside a car at a Hollywood tow lot today. Los Angeles investigators identifying the remains as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas.
But now they're trying to figure out how she ended up dead in his Tesla.
Disturbing new details in a Hollywood murder case. Police have raided the home of R&B star David after the dismembered remains of a missing 15-year-old girl were found in the trunk of his abandoned Tesla. The victim was identified as Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Like, he was like touring or something, right? How the fuck? Why? He just left her body in a car and left it in a LAPD impound lot?
From Lake Elsinore back in April 2024. On September 8th, her remains, a head and torso inside a bag, were discovered inside David's Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard. The car had been abandoned for weeks in the Hollywood Hills before being impounded. Police spent hours inside David's Los Angeles home this week, hauling out evidence bags, though they haven't confirmed if the raid is directly tied to the homicide investigation. Mounting clues suggest possible ties between the teen and the 20-year-old singer. A leaked 2023 demo track mentions a girl named Celeste. Both had the same "shh" tattoo on their right index fingers, and Celeste's mother claims her daughter had a boyfriend named David before she vanished. Former LAPD detective Moses Castillo says investigators will be digging into David's movements, phone records, and connections. Meanwhile, the artist canceled his Seattle show, and it's unclear if his Los Angeles concert will move forward. Police say the case...
Wait, he's not in jail? Or he's not arrested? A body was found in his car? Okay.
So the initial part of the ritual, a part of the torture, is just simply physical attack. You just are physically doing torturous proceedings to the body so that the person is filled with adrenaline. And then after that, you then convince, as the abuser, you then convince that victim that they're going to die. And so they no longer are in this mindset of being focused on the adrenal portion. They're now moving into this depressive portion, which is they're believing and knowing that they're about to die. And this releases a whole different set of chemicals into the blood. So you have not only the adrenal flowing through the blood, but you also have these other hallucinogenic properties of chemicals flowing through the blood, so that when the victim then their blood is drained and drank, you get both the adrenaline effect as well as the hallucinogenic effect. And this is all technology. This is all torturing, human torturing and manipulating technology that has been passed down by these sick groups. And I heard this story from and then after they had killed the family and drank their blood and ate their meat and all of that, they would take all their goods, and then they would travel to where they had described that they were going. So the Khazarians would then take all this information they had got from them after they had gotten them drunk and filled with hallucinogenic medicines. They take that information, they take all their goods, and they would sell them posing as that family, posing with the names and everything of that family. So the folks in the West thought it was the same folks they had been communicating all this time that were in China. And so this is how they would put on disguises. The Khazarian mafia became very adept at putting on disguises and taking on a different role and a new name. And
being fucking reptilian, salamander, chameleon freaks like Kim Kardashian.
By doing that, you could then coerce even more people by posing that you're this helpful, caring individual, but really you're this sadistic murderer. Yo. And folks have no idea that you're the serial killer because you're so adept at putting on all these different costumes. And what do we see here in Dylan Monroe's map that he gave? Costumes. These groups have just simply been wearing costumes just like the ancient Khazarians did in Khazaria. They simply put on a costume of these, in this case, this helpful group that would help this family. And nowadays you have a government that poses as this helpful government, or a medical institution that poses as this helpful institution, or this religious group that poses as this helpful institution. And on the outside, and the mirage is that they're this helpful, human-oriented, compassionate, love-centered group that is there to totally help society, and we are the ones, or the caregivers, and we're going to help everybody. But behind that curtain is this sadistic murderer. And that's what we see in our governments now. That's what we see in the medical systems. Look at the medicine they use to treat people. They poison people to quote unquote heal them. And it's the same thing with religion. They get people to believe certain characteristics about themselves, which poisons them. And then they offer them the only solution, which is the religious belief system. And it's the same with medicine. You pose this disease that they're going to get, and then you pose the only solution, which is this particular elixir that you inject. And it's the same thing with government. They pose as this helpful group, and after we have this war, you're going to have this peaceful society. It's going to be awesome because we're like this helpful society. When really all the government is doing is instigating war, as much as the medical institution is instigating disease, and as much as the spiritual institutions, the religious institutions, are instigating a degraded view of oneself, a compromised view of one's creative force, you see? And it's the same pattern of deception as what was going on with Esau and Jacob, as what was going on with the Khazarians and these people that traveled through, and as what was going on with Kurth Barker and his involvement with CP and the Luciferians that were talking to him. All these people are doing the same thing, posing as kind, humanitarian people, but they're vicious murderers. They're the exact antithesis of what they claim to be. And this is how you know this is the situation now that we've been in for over 10,000 years, is because it's the same patterns. It's the same patterns of harm. It's the same
frequency, bro. Same pattern for sure, dude.
Same patterns of destruction that have been permeating our society since the very...
Is this just you guys ever see the movie or the TV show Dark? I feel like this guy is just me in 25 years. Possibly.
Very beginning. And this technology is what they used to harness all the money, harness all the power. And you're about to hear that story with this accounting that these two scholars...
Yeah, it's Weird Al Morgue. That is so Weird Al Morgue.
...have done for us. They have written the story. The gentlemen are...
Dude, you know what it is? It's like if me and Morgue meshed like the Corey's film by by Conor O'Malley.
Earlier, Preston James and Mike Harris, who wrote this essay called The Hidden History of the Incredibly Evil Khazarian Mafia. And it basically is going to walk you through 180 to modern time. And
all of us Corys are looking handsome today. Thank you very much, Undone. Chuck is just short for Corey.
is going to show exactly how they not only infiltrated the West, but they infiltrated all of the ruling families. They infiltrated all of the money. They infiltrated all of the religions. They infiltrated all of the medicine. I mean, heck, even in 1913, you have Rockefeller establish the American Cancer Society to shut down naturopathy. One of the first prerogatives, desires, and he even said it, one of the first things he wanted to do was to get rid of this quote-unquote witchcraft, which is what they wanted to do, to move people away from using plant medicines to heal people, to moving to using oil-based, pharma, petrol-based chemicals to quote-unquote heal the body.
They are all made out of oil and shit. What the fuck's up with that?
Which is an adulteration, which is a blasphemy. Again,
damn, this video's 2 years old? Fuck me. Literally. Yesterday was its 2-year anniversary, September 17th, 2023.
Against nature. Here Rockefeller is posing as this humanitarian, this person who wants to raise money to heal people, whereas the whole thing is a Ponzi scheme.
Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard.
Yeah.
After buying a German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery.
Yeah.
Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone, they are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception.
Yo!
Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
Oh, shit. Well, I think that's it for tonight, boys. We're going to watch a Connor O'Malley, but we'll have to check Chuck Swindoll out. Dark history of banking, government, medicine, and religion. How love and awareness shape our future. We'll have to check out some of this. Enigma, nature, and you. Remember when Trump was like, we are, what did he say? An enigma never ages? Why the fuck did he say that, right? Here we go, boys. Cinema.
We need a new place where you can do whatever you want. A new place called Endorphin Port. It's a new computer place that's going to be absolutely beautiful. Fucking computer's bullshit. It's fucking sick. It's not cool anymore. It's not fun. It's not fun to be on the fucking computer. They changed everything about it. It used to be so cool. We need a new place on the computer where we can be epic mind soldiers who live by the Assassin's Creed and do the most epic of legendary behavior. I'm talking about a place that's not a website. It's not a website. It's a different reality. It's a whole new world where we can be whoever the F we want to be. There will be no more fucking racism, no more sexism, because everybody will get rid of their bodies. No one will be judged if they got a pussy, tit, or ass. Everybody will design their own avatar. There will be no excuse. It is up to you to do what you want to do. A true fucking paradise. You want to be Gollum? 6 foot tall, jacked, and a huge fucking cock and an ass like the mom from Incredibles? Go right ahead, buddy. Get it out of your fucking heads that this is not happening. I'm gonna make this happen. This place sucks and our bodies are disgusting. We need to shit, we need to eat, we need to fuck. This is bad. This is all badness is traced from the body. The body gets sick, fuck. We have to spend time at the hospital. We have to groom it. The tits aren't big enough. The ass is too small. The cock's small, the balls are big. The body is bad, the body is not good. The body is bad, the body is not good. This is a new world. We got a new world, we got to exit this one. We're getting rid of our bodies, they're sick.
I don't care what it's about.
We need a new place. We need a new place that's not a website. We can cut God out of this equation, and we can create our own heaven here on Earth. I cannot do it alone. I have tried. I need American money. Please!
Let's fucking go. Yes. Enter the triangle. Do it.
We are home. Earth with no rules, just right. Water will be replaced with Sprite.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Mental soldiers in a war with no enemy. Digitally chilling with your boy Jeremy. An everlasting family. Virtual uncles, virtual aunts, digital polo, digital pants. We are the protagonists. We are the heroes, praised by crowds of ones and zeros. No sick, no lonely, no complain. Fuck like Superman with an eye.
Is that the fucking the thing from Halo?
Iron brain. This is the final evolution of humanity. A non-religious digital Christianity. We are free of pain. We are free of hate. Enter the endorphin port and don't be late.
We didn't tap out, we finished it. We finished that video. But we're also gonna wrap up in a minute. Oh, wait. This one's called Lake Talk Show Guy with Lake Guy, Connor O'Malley. All right, we're wrapping up after this. Imagine watching this and then meditating.
Hey, what's up? It's me, your boy Connor O'Malley. Welcome to the Lake Talk Show. If you don't know me, I'm basically woke Bill O'Reilly, and if you fuck with me, I will go Courtney Love on your ass. All right, let's get to the news. President,
I'm about to smoke a cigarette for real.
Trump ran on stage at the Tel Aviv Improv Festival and screamed in the face of French President Jill Stein. He said, "You fucking bitch, I like to fuck dogs. I like dog pussy, I like dog ass. I like sucking off dogs. I like fucking dogs." In a wonderful show of bipartisanship, Mitch McConnell has agreed to be pegged.
Dude, I feel like he's very far out.
By Nancy Pelosi on the floor of the Senate when reached her comment, Mitch said, "I bet you I can no hands come." I got the horses in the back. I got the missiles in the front. I got the... Well, it's official. The Fox and Friends are pally. Steve Ducey, the main Fox and Friends, said, "Yep, that's right. We're a throuple. I love to fuck my co-hosts, and we are a polyamorous throuple. So don't give us fucking shit and leave us alone." Fucking segment. Today we're gonna.
This is your brain on pure. Sorry. This is your brain. Sorry. This is your brain on pure ether. Yes, dude. Come on, boys. We can finish this. We got this. We're going to love it. This is like, it's like the end. It's the end of your hot yoga class, and you've been in this hot box for so freaking long, and you just want to get out, but you got one last challenge, and that is to finish this Connor O'Malley video.
Be cooking a veggie crumble MRE. Let's get it open.
Yeah, Courtney Love us, like shoot us in the head, exactly.
Actually tastes pretty fucking good. Twitter comedian Jake Tapper is in hot water after he announced that he was going to have Timothy McVeigh's corpse on for an interview. Leave Jake Tapper alone! Leave him alone! Jake Tapper, I love you, I support you! Jake, I got mustard deficiency. I gotta have at least 3 cups of mustard before bed, or I start cramping up hard. Fuck you! To Greg Kinnear. It was between me and Greg for the Lake Talk Show, and I fucking got it! Fuck you, Greg! You fucking piece of shit! Greg is my own personal Osama bin Laden, and guess what? I've Osama been there, I've Osama done that. You know, I just want to take a minute out of the show to congratulate myself for being so fucking brave and being a fucking brave talk show host in this time, because it's literally like the world is like melting, okay? And I know that, who knows that better than Lake Talk Show guy? Tune in next week on the Lake Talk Show. One of my guests will be actress Juliana Margulies, comedy from Robert Perot, and music from the Bon Bondies.
No, he walked into Lake Michigan in a suit. Don't worry, it's not the ocean. Guys, there's even a second episode. We'll save that for Monday, okay? Alright, boys. It's time for bed. Come on. I gotta do the Lake Talk Show. Talk about treading water. I think he is wearing a life preserver under his shirt too. Dude, Connor. What is 500 SIGs for 5G? Not sure. Y'all ready? Breathe in. We'll see you. Actually, I forget. We will see you on Saturday if you come to yoga. Yoga on Saturday, for sure. Breathe in. No stream Sunday. Yoga stream on Saturday. Normal stream on Monday. Out. Alright, 2 real breaths. Ready? Breathe in. And the Garden of Voices. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in through the nose, slow and steady, and let it all out with a sigh. Feel the earth under you, potato-shaped, mushroom-laced, humming with source. Every rock, every tree, every breath of air is part of this living network we belong to. Now imagine all of us, Knitwitches, spread across the land, as little glowing spores, some far apart, some close together, but all shining the same light. When one of us laughs, it ripples through the web. When one of us takes a deep breath, it steadies the whole network. When one of us chooses love instead of fear, the whole mycelium hums a little brighter. There will always be noise, voices trying to divide. Yeah! Punks, to insult, to pull you into anger. But in this moment, drop that weight. See those words dissolve like mist, while your light shines steady. Yeah, we freaking love you, Izzy, even though you said we were fucking... What did you say? He's a fucking idiot. Duh! You're not an idiot, Izzy. I love you. Say silently to yourself, I am rooted in Gaia. I am one with the spores. I speak truth with joy. I am unshakable. Speak it with conviction, Izzy. You're not retarded. You're a very normal guy. Even if you did get grown in a test tube, it's okay, buddy. Take one last deep breath. Inhale the laughter, the play, the joy of being alive in this wild moment. Exhale any last trace of division. And when you open your eyes, carry that steadiness with you. We are the garden. We are the web. And together, we freaking rise. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. I am the universe. Jesse is the universe. Everyone's the universe. Let's go, boys. I am the universe. Everybody the universe. Actually, wait. I want to play D-Rock's song. Then we'll go to Good night, boys. Love you, Izzy. You little punk.
I'm just fine. How you living?
Good night, boys.
Everything's all good. Tell me why are you tripping? Things is good. Gotta love more when you're living.
You gotta love more. You gotta love more. Yeah, R.I.P. Mac Miller.
I got an indigo flow, I got an indigo soul. I mean my gold soul glow, indigo soul glow. I see you, Pinio, clear view, vision piercing through the windows of your soul.
Of your soul.
Medicine healing, I got a tribal feeling when my chakras get connected to them notes. Love is energy, body filled with energy. Manifest when I connect to source, the inner peace.
Oh.
He and you and I are me, we are I. Bet that you can't count the pie.
Yeah.
Love is just a feeling we should convey.
Izzy is a Lizzy, Izzy is a Lizzy.
For my sheeples who don't know, that's that hard shot. Kinda vibrate through your chest like hard rocker. So we should love a little more. Love a little more.
Love a little more.
I'm just fine. How you living?
Izzy is a Lizzy. Izzy is a little Lizzy. It's okay, Izzy. You don't have to be a total lizard all the time.
You gotta love.
Just be nice. Don't be a meanie head.
Love is all I do. Love is all I know.
Dude, D-Rock rules. This song's fucking awesome.
River through the belly of the cosmos. Deep into the void, let me learn you all that I know. Fibonacci spiraling. Then my gold is glistening. Swear my fucking spirit yelling. Tell me, is you listening? Those says we gon' come back around a few times. The power's all within yourself. I said this all a few rhymes. Let me ground myself, connect the source right quick. Used to be a common man, it's not the realms I just read. Floating in and out of consciousness. I connect with blue avians, the raw materials to the secret of life. Metal netta on my square, I'ma love mine right.
Izzy kisses Aunt Deb on the mouth. I love you, Izzy.
How you living? Everything's all good. Tell me why are you tripping? Things
is good.
Gotta love more when you're living. You gotta love. Gotta love more. Gotta love more. Gotta love more.
Unconditional. Swear I got that shaman flow. I'm using all my songs with love. That's how I give a good healing, bro. Really how the spirits got me. Drifting down the astral lane. The realm feels so inviting. Loving more is so enticing. I invite you to strap up and just enjoy the ride, man. I'm high off tree, but you ain't gotta be to love yourself. Meditate and laugh a lot. Invest in health. Crying, saying that you broke. Love is wealth. Warm and cozy feeling when the love is felt. I love the light, cause it show me the way. But never part from the dark, cause it show me the stars. Number 7, how I live my life.
Didgeridoo.
When I'm all complete, everything gon' equal 9. Love is always happening. That's why it ain't no such thing as time.
Izzy is a Lizzy. Izzy is a Lizzy. Izzy, are you Lizzy? Izzy, is you a Lizzy? Izzy is a Lizzy, baby. Izzy, is you a Lizzy? We gotta know. Izzy, is you a Lizzy? Izzy, whoa. Izzy a Lizzy? 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 Good night, boys. Alright, we'll see you at yoga on Saturday if we see you, and otherwise we'll see you on frickin' Monday. No Sunday stream, okay? Don't get upset. I'm just kidding. But yeah, we'll see you on Saturday for yoga, Monday for a normal stream. Okay, bye! Have a good night. Thanks for hanging. CatDad, get Izzy in a tizzy. Cause he a Lizzie. Now he feeling dizzy. Oh my goodness. You just fucking murdered him with that bar. Alright, boys. Good night. Good night, cat father and family. Good night. Yeah, Paul, repent. Love you, Paul. Love you, Thoth. Bye. Love you, Izzy.